Good day to
Hello.
you, lad.
How are you?
Uh, we shall see.
I'm
I'm just trying to level up right now.
Okay, is Mercy hopping on?
Here.
Okay, cool. Alright then, let us get started. Welcome back to another week. I am excited to have you all once more to continue this magical journey and our edition of Eddie over here. So, to get everyone caught up and back up to speed. You were initially hired onto the boat called the Tomorrow, owned by a one Nathan Dress. During the trip to Port Muirfall, your boat ride appeared to be calm. You all kind of interacted with the other guards and each other to kind of get a good feel for how the trip is and what to expect. When all of a sudden, the ship was attacked by a large pod of Sahwagins. The guards and our brave adventurers fought off the enemies, slaying them and returning their corpses back to the ocean. As the party and the rest of the crew licked its wounds from the fierce fight, their rest was suddenly and abruptly halted by a large rumbling coming from the ocean depths below. As the party held on for dear life to the boat, they were attacked by a large, humongous serpentine-like creature that rose from the depths of the waters in a very thick mist. As the party did their best to hold on to the rough assault that this creature was doing to the boat, the creature finally unleashed its power, destroying portions of the boat. Our brave adventurers attempted to fight back, but our bravest, dear Lucius, jumped and dove out onto the creature before he lost his grip
Are you serious?
and fell towards the icy depths below.
I fell asleep on this. I was there. I had you guys playing. I just fell asleep. I'm sorry.
It's alright, it was near the end of the session.
Dang.
As Lucius fell towards the waters, his compatriots did their best in an attempt to save him by shooting rope towards him. However, Leviathan angrily destroyed the boat, the parts of the boat that our party was standing on, and they all plummeted into the depths of the water as Leviathan left, as the creature let out one final cry, and the cold water began to take hold of our adventurers. And that will bring us to today's episode, After the Storm. Episode 2.
Hell yeah.
I thought title cards would be fun.
Ooh,
No.
beautiful.
I'm gonna call Lucius Lamb. Since last week, I was like, "Oh, he's Lamb, Lammy."
I love it. Someone sees.
All right. So, as the cold water rushes around all of you, everyone's senses begin to go numb. The bite of the frigid water, the pressure of the current grinding against you, the pitch black that appears to devour you. It closes in, and you feel yourself as you slowly drift away into the void. Barely holding on to consciousness, everyone appears to be asking themselves, how long has it been? Am I dead? Is this the end? You feel as the darkness tightens its grip. And as it tightens, you almost begin to feel at ease. What is that noise? Again, you hear a muffled noise. It appears to be getting louder. As you fight to open your eyes, you see a small ball of light that appears to be in front of you. You try, and you get your focus onto this ball of light. Again, the sound is louder, and the light continues, or rather seems, to be growing larger. The muffled voice, it appears to be something familiar, something that everyone has heard at least once in their life. A crow, you all think to yourself. As you are staring into this light, it immediately just erupts and begins to surround you. You can feel as this weight appears to lift off of your shoulders. And from this light, an image appears. It is of a young, long, blonde-haired girl. Hair tied up in a ponytail with a white ribbon. She wears a rather strange-looking garment. It appears to be a dark blue dress, hoisted up along a white undershirt. And you see something that really stands out. Around her neck is a red handkerchief. She appears to be fast asleep near a pond in some sort of forest. And there appear to be lights dancing around here. Caw! Caw! You watch as a crow flies into view and flaps its wings at the lights. You see the lights as they kind of back away and kind of hover there before continuing to dance around. You watch as the crow goes over to this young girl and begins to pull at the ends of her dress. This image, it carries a great sadness, and you stare at it before the image becomes blinding, and you hear a voice, a woman's voice. Help me. I need everyone to roll a d20, please.
So straight D20?
Yep, just a straight d20.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
What?
I'm trying to get into my roll.
Wait, I did that right?
Yes, you did.
I did?
Oh no, you just put rolling 20.
Okay.
Do
okay,
slash
I was like,
roll
there's-
space d20. Like how could I put it in
Okay,
chat?
that makes sense. I was like, there's no way. That's more like it.
Fantastic job! Fantastic!
Danny, can I just with advantage?
No, this is just to determine order.
No, that's okay. That's fucking funny. That's
Gyro,
my favorite number.
I'm just waiting on you, man. Are you able to get in?
I am having to update it. Just give me a second.
Okay, no worries. I'll go ahead and roll your d20 for you.
Yes.
Oh, the low rolls. All right.
Yes, indeed.
No.
So,
What did everyone else roll?
if you go to the chat log, you can see it there.
Okay, I see.
Okay, so we have
That's funny.
Quite a disparity.
15. Followed by Lucius. And G'day. And then Gyro. And Varys. Okay. Virina,
Yes, sir.
you open your eyes and you see yourself on a beachhead. You see scraps of wood and other assorted lumber and barrels scattered across the beachhead. You also see some of your compatriots. What do you do?
I want to take a moment and look around and kind of observe what's around us. Can I roll perception?
Go ahead.
Oh crap, where'd it go? There it is. Okay, perception.
Okay. You look around and you immediately see G'day over towards your left. She appears to be asleep. She's not moving, but you almost sense for the worst. Aside from that, in front of you and slightly to your right, you do see this larger like hole in the ground. You can hear the ocean waves as they kind of roll up against the sides of this little chasm.
Okay, can I'm gonna call out to her. G'day, are you alright? Did she move at all?
1 second. I wrote the turn. Okay. All right. Good day. How do you respond? You are now waking up.
Okay, I'm gonna sit up suddenly with a start and look to where she called from and raise a hand to her so she knows I'm alive. I breathe a sigh of relief. Glad to see you're up. As am I. And then I look around for the tiny squirrel person.
Lucius, you are now waking up.
Do I see the rest of them?
Roll perception.
All right.
You do. Over to your right, you do see your dragon compatriot, Gyro. As you kind of look around, you also get a waft in the air. It smells a little fishy, but you assume that it must be Virina. And you also pick up on a very sweet scent. One that you recognize as G'day. But you also see another individual on the beach.
Okay. As I look over at the other individual, I kind of put my nose in the air and I sniff to try to catch this individual's scent. As I look at this individual, can you describe what I see, my new-found companion?
Varys, you are?
You see See, kind of like an average height guy, bronze kind of skin with black hair, and he has like kind of what you might think strange blue funky highlights in his hair. He's wearing a large backpack. He seems not overly muscular, but he seems, kind of fit, like athletic, and very young to you. He looks kind of like um, he has a really cool utility belt. Some things kind of hanging around. You can maybe see some of it like washed up on the shore, like behind him, and he's eyes are closed, so I can't say anything about that. And he's got like a little bit of stubble, a little bit of facial hair with a mustache, and a pair of goggles on his head. They're the kind that they're not the big square ones, but they have like each individual like eye socket ones with like kind of like a little piece in the middle that holds them together, and they're going around his head. And he's got he's got like other contraptions on his arms. Looks like maybe like some scale mail, but you can see on the scale mail there's like a couple of runes, very small runes, kind of drawn on them.
Awesome. All right, so I kind of hesitantly look at you, and as I'm monitoring this individual, I'm going to am I able to move? Am I able to wander?
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to move from my waking up point, and noticing the individual, I'm going to begin to back up to get. I assume I see this kind of pile of shipwrecked material or driftwood.
Yes, you do.
So I'm going to begin to back up, keeping my eye on this new individual that I have not seen before. And I get to the pile, and then I'm going to try to, as stealthily as possible, whistle to get a hold of G'day and Virina, and also look around to see if I could find Gyro,
Okay.
my dragonborn companion.
All right.
Where is
All right. Virina and G'day, you both hear this. Gyro, you are now waking up.
Oh. Wasn't I the last person to
Nope.
to lose consciousness?
You were.
Guys, that was intense. Wait, how many people do I see?
Roll perception.
Can you roll it for me really quick?
Yeah.
It made me log in again to my character sheet.
any a quick question about the perception?
Yeah.
Never mind.
I'm sorry. Gyro, as you kind of...
Was his answer not quick enough?
No. I'm sorry for what I rolled for you.
Should've just
Gyro, as you kind of shake off and really come to your senses, you kind of look around, but you don't really see anyone. You see an individual in front of you and sort of to your right, but you can't make out any finer details.
Okay. Can I whistle at them?
Yeah, go for it.
Now I could roll for it.
Okay, you're good to do your rolls now?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Go ahead.
Danny,
Yes.
question. Do I hear the whistle, the stealth whistle? Is it alert me at all, or?
No, not right now.
Okay.
All right. Gyro, go ahead and actually, yeah, you'll go ahead and whistle.
She's in the back.
Varys, go ahead and roll a perception for me.
Yeah. Not investigate.
Nope, not investigate.
No, I gotcha. I think let me just double check because it's so like, you know what? It doesn't even matter because there's no bonuses or anything on it. I'll just roll it through the actual thing.
Okay.
It's kind of like really fine to like press it.
Yeah, as long as like if you know what your modifiers are for them, you can just hard roll them like that, and yeah, we'll just run with that. Okay, yeah. So, Varys, you do hear this whistle, and you kind of snap out of it. G'day, Virina, and Lucius, you all hear Gyro whistle.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, have I noticed the newcomer yet?
Roll perception.
Okay.
I have great.
Is that the whistle?
No.
It's me, Mario.
Oh, no way.
Hello, Kevin.
Hello. What are you guys doing?
We're playing D&D.
Oh, okay. All right, bye.
Alright, bye. Alright, G'day. You do not notice the individual. You just kind of glancing around, you see this little fluff ball kind of backing up towards you, and you see Virina over to your right.
Okay. Can I call out to Lucius and ask what's wrong?
Yes, you can. Go ahead and roleplay that.
Vermin, why do you call for us? Are you all right? Do you need help?
Oh dear.
There's so much to try to save you, and I could not.
I immediately. Are you doing this, like out in the open, or are you being a little bit quiet?
No, I'm standing fully upright, gesticulating, speaking very loudly.
All right, can I like try to scurry over to you, and then I scurry up a little bit closer, and I'm like, giant, keep your voice down. There's someone else over yonder, and I don't know if he's friend or foe. I've never seen him before.
Someone else out there. I would like
Yeah.
to reach for Aurelius.
Okay. You go ahead and pull out Aurelius.
Oh dear, the giant is just at it again.
Yes, I pull Aurelius and stand at a ready stance. Again, still fully gesticulating and being very loud.
Alright.
I said keep it down.
Alright, Varys, you hear this kind of commotion coming from behind you, further down along the beach. What do you do?
Friday? Where's Friday? I'm just start scurrying around. I'm digging through the sand. I'm just digging around in the sand. Friday, where you at, Friday? Friday.
Do you guys hear that? Do you guys hear that?
Do I hear it?
It speaks.
You do.
Then I kind of look more so over towards the sea, and I see like this little gym, that belongs to me. And I run over Friday. I run over super fast and I like dive on her, and I'm like, oh, thought I almost lost her there. And then I throw her up and open up my bag, and she falls in there, and I flip it back shut, and I look over. Do I see everybody?
You do.
Oh, hey guys.
I watched
Should
this.
I throw my axe at it?
She's back.
I asked this to Lucius. Should I throw my axe at it?
Oh,
No, you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that.
Yes, you should.
I'm good. We're good.
I'm rubbing
got-
like the top of the axe against my chin suspiciously.
You see a globule of blood appear kind of in my little squirrel hand. It really kind of appears like a speck to you, but it's a globule of blood that appears in my squirrel paw.
It's back into sorcery again!
Wait, no, giant! I'm not me, he is! Or it,
So
whatever that is.
I back again, and a book comes out, lands perfectly in my hand, and I start reading through it.
Alright, I yell out, friend or foe? Present yourself!
Friend! Definitely friend! My name's Varys. What's yours?
You may call me Sir Lucius Aurelius Maximilius. Yeah, giant. And I look up at G'day, and I'm like, please, take the lead.
I
You
look
mean-
back down at Lucius and I'm like, obviously he's a fish person in disguise who keeps a book perfectly well when they just came out of the ocean.
No, guys, you're mistaken.
Gesticulate threateningly.
My name is Varys Stark. I'm from House Stark. We're builders. I'm a friend. I was just doing some repairs on the boat before it was attacked, and then I just went black, and I almost lost Friday. But I got Friday. She's in the bag. You guys will like Friday too. We're cool.
I'm gonna dust
Lucius-
myself off and walk over to G'day and Maxie over here and stare at you suspiciously.
Look at the armor he's wearing. That is metal armor. How did he float upon the shore? This is a fish person.
That's a very good question,
That is
G'day.
a very good point.
So the thing is, I work with magic and metal, and I've inscribed these runes. I can give you some too, and they kind of help me like do crazy things. And this particular time, I floated.
Sorcery and crazy things. That's it. I deem we get him. At
Wait,
least
wait.
restrain him for the moment.
Not
Where's
a
our rope? Do we still have rope left?
Find the rope, but hold on. Let
rune, not in me, out of me, because I studied.
yes, bear with us one moment, and I'm gonna turn my back to him and kind of huddle up with these two, and we must ask him some questions to ensure he's telling the truth, right? We can't just assume he's bad or a fish person.
Why not? We stay out of death. We assume the worst and hope for the best.
Oh, if we kill everyone we come upon, there won't be many people left.
My lady, I understand your point, but I haven't killed anyone yet.
Pretty sure you killed some fish person. And then
Not
there
a single one.
That's impressive.
Gyro,
or
while they're
Tab.
huddled up, what are you doing?
Where am
Where am I?
You are right here.
We're missing.
And you said I can't see them over there?
You didn't see them initially, but you could hear them as they were discussing this new individual.
It's the sand dunes.
I look over. What do I see as we're huddled and as G'day and Byrina are talking amongst each other?
You see my kneecaps because you're
I want
tiny.
Yeah.
to walk over
I'm
there
actually, like,
and
at
see
your
what all the
kneecap.
fuss is about.
All right, I go. Oh, by the way, has anyone seen our dragonborn friend?
You know where he's at.
And
now,
I kind of like,
walk up.
I try to.
Oh my god!
Joe, oh,
Lucius! And then I pick Lucius up off of wherever he is, and I put him back on my
carrying
shoulder.
over him.
Okay.
And I like kind of jump at Gyro, and I'm like, my paladin friend, Gyro, and I'm like scurrying up onto his shoulder.
Go ahead and roll an athletics for me,
All
Lucius.
Can I just like catch him mid-air and then like let him scurry in my hand while he's trying to do all that?
Okay, then this will be a roll with advantage.
Awesome.
Yeah, you fly through the air almost as if it's a scene. Everything appears to be moving in slow motion. Lucius and his fluffy tail flopping up and down in the sand, arms outreached. Gyro! Gyro running towards Lucius with his arms out in the air. Squirrel man!
See little heart emojis appear in the air around them.
Lucius springs off of his feet and flies through the air as they land in an embrace, and Lucius quickly scurries around him a few times before crawling up and situating on Gyro's shoulder.
Well done, bloody old chap. I have missed you. Now, back to the group. G'day is urgently waiting for us, and I long to be back in her presence as well.
Okay, we can go over there. So we walk over there.
Okay.
Who's this new guy?
Well, that's what we were discussing, my friend.
I'm still threateningly holding my axe at him, just so he gets the tension of the situation.
Well,
And I'm
friend.
still trying to negotiate with G'day that we shouldn't kill him first and ask questions later.
Well, friend, everybody gets one. So my name is Gyro. What is yours?
Very Stark of House Stark.
Well, these are my travel companions.
Wait. Before we go ahead and, just invite willy-nilly all fish folk into our group. Remember that they boarded our ship that we were hired on, and they attacked us out of nowhere. And then they summoned a massive creature.
So,
Likes of which I've never
am I
seen.
able to smell the difference between him and a fish?
I'll go ahead and say yes.
Because I just want to point out that I'm a dragonborn, right? So my nose has to work a little bit better here.
Yeah,
So-
I'll allow it.
Okay, so I think I could smell the difference, Lucius. I had fish guts and people all over me, my friend. I horse kicked a person off the side of the boat. Like, I don't know.
So how
I
can
don't
you
know.
smell the difference if your nose is clogged with fish? His book is dry. Explain to me how that happens out of the sea, sir. He's a fish.
That bag of
No.
I've got magic. Yeah,
No.
At the very least, he's a sorcerer, and we should kill him just for that.
G'day, please. We have to not kill everyone.
Yes, I'm still for the rope option. Did we find the rope?
Varys begins to start, standing his body all straight and getting all dignified, and I'm of House Stark. I think I should have just a little more respect, even from just like
Do,
I'm this person.
do I know? Can I roll a
This
history
is
check? to see
Lady
if I know?
Virena.
Yes, Lucius, you may. Everyone, go ahead and roll a history check, except
Alright,
for Varys.
At the same
How do
time,
you
I'm
roll a
going on a
history
rant
check?
about how this is Lady Virena and she's a proper noble lady, and I'm from the court of the Queen of Nipa, so your
Oh.
name means nothing, sir. But I will not kill you today.
Natural
Low,
20.
low rolls otherwise.
That was
Natural
horrible.
20.
Appropriate.
Gyro, to roll a history check, you will open your character sheet and you will click
Already
on
did.
history. Did you? Oh.
He got a 3.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was horrible.
Lackluster.
Okay, so yeah, we got everybody. Okay, cool. Yeah, so G'day, Virena, and Gyro. As Varys says and mentions House Stark, Gyro and G'day, you both kind of shrug your shoulders almost immediately. Virena, though, pauses for a second, finger on chin. She appears to be functioning her brain at a very, very rapid pace before she shrugs her shoulders as well. Lucius, you ponder your furry paw on chin, almost stroking it as if you had a beard. You know who House Stark is. You've heard of them before.
All right. Yes, I. Now that he says that, friends, he perhaps has an advantage that we may not be able to take without his aid in companionship. Perhaps we should hear him out a little bit. You, Varys,
Yep, that's me.
you say you're from House Stark. Do you have anything that you can present for proof of such an endeavor?
Yeah. Just give me a sec. I'm gonna just take my backpack off and put it on me because, long story short, my family and I, we kind of hate each other right now, and so I have all that stuff at the bottom of the bag. So just give me a minute while I dig down there. And grab it.
Wait, don't you move. My fists are up. Don't move too quickly as you reach into that bag.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, no problem. No problems. So
I'm gonna eyeball him.
I throw my bag down on the ground, and then I this little contraption kind of flies off my utility belt, and then it goes right above my head, and it shines this very bright light down into the bag, and then I start digging down in there, and I'm just throwing out all types of things. You guys see some artisan tools, you see some rations, you see some jugs of water come out of there. You see about 3 or 4 books fly out of there, and then I got it.
And what is that?
I pull out an envelope, and I just ever so lightly open the envelope, and out of the envelope I pull out a ring. It's a signet ring, and then there's a letter. This is my signet ring for House Stark, and this is my letter of pedigree if you'd like to take a look at it. If you want, I can have Ruby here fly it over to you, and you guys can check it out.
I tug on on Gyro's ear a little bit, and I go, "Good day. Please, you and Virena be at the ready, and Gyro, please take us over so that we can retrieve said leather."
Okay, let's do it. So I walk over and I take the leather.
Okay.
And then I
I
hand it
hold
to
my
Lucius.
axe up as if I were to throw it at any moment.
I hand it to Lucius. Is this okay?
Notice holding the very large paper.
Oh,
Like
yeah,
my
yeah,
arms are stretched out. I'm like, I begin to read. I'm like, by the gods,
Is it real?
it is real.
Okay.
Now you say you are from such a
Lord
noble.
Stark,
Again?
Say again.
second born son of Lord Stark himself.
By the gods,
I'd
such
like to
a
ask.
noble pedigree. You.
Kind of want to yell over. Be like, if that's so, why are you here without protection? And what is your profession?
Exactly my question indeed. What are you doing on a ship? And you say that you are working on repairs? Why would someone of your noble heritage be doing something so insignificant?
Okay, I wouldn't call helping people in search of adventure and a better life a low task. Just like
The giant says jokes. Oh dear. You hear that? And I kind of pull at Gyro's hair a little bit. Do you hear that? He says, it's not of low craftsmanship.
You know,
so
I think I get it. I think I get it.
so I came upon the boat as I was living in a town nearby, and I wanted to pick up some work and find a little adventure for myself. I haven't been with my family for, oh, say 6 months now, and I thought this would be a good opportunity to meet some more people and pick up some new skills, and yeah, that's where I'll leave that.
The noble son ran away. Look at his cowardice. Can't even take on the title he was given.
Oh,
You don't know nothing about me. My dad actually. My dad.
My dad.
Oh no. Good day. He's
You guys are gonna pick on me. That's crazy.
he's obviously
Must you guys bicker all the time?
oh no, giant! I apologize. We do not mean to pick on you. It is
It's all the same stuff I've been hearing. My dad this. I don't want to live in my dad's shadow. I want my own path. I want to do my own thing, and that's why I'm out here.
that's a very noble thing indeed.
truly it is noble, and I meant nothing of a giant, and I know that giants like you. You see standing before you on the shoulder of the dragonborn, a brown-furred, thick-furred squirrel standing 1 foot 2 inches tall, 14 inches total. Wearing waterlogged, somewhat covered in sands now, and kind of my fur is now beginning to dry a little bit, and so you're starting to see it puff up a little bit. But you see the whiskers that are just kind of frayed a bit. My fur's at the top, kind of cut into a little bit of a triangular angle, giving more of a cone nosed snout look, and the beady black eyes, and then you see a from a patch of my fur, blood that begins to kind of trickle out a little bit, and then begin to circle around, and then it kind of snakes, serpents up my hand, coils around my hand, and I begin to just kind of play with it in the air, And I go, no, Giant. I do apologize. I believe I can speak for at least the rest of the, well, at least my Dragonborn friend here. We mean no ill will towards you. You have to understand, it has been such an endeavor already. We were just hired for transportation of goods and such by a rich. By the way, oh dear, I don't believe we are going to get paid the rest of our due if our dear employer is dead.
Do we know
Oh,
that?
God.
Have you seen him?
No, I have not, but I assume.
Quite an assumption. I mean, we survived. Sorry, what is your name?
This is true.
Vicarious? Victorious? I can't.
Varys.
There is. Oh, I made it more complicated. I suppose you're safe to be around, so I think we might want to all gather ourselves and figure out where exactly we are and what dangers might lie ahead.
I agree.
At this point, I want to cross my arms and huff loudly and say, well, I guess if my companions think you're of no danger, I guess I'm just a little grumpy from being stabbed by fish people and attacked by sea serpents, but I apologize for my rude behavior. Should be thankful, though, because the squirrel person got an axe to the head.
It's true.
Oh, poor guy. I got
I kind of like, I lower my head and I show where she had kind of grazed my scalp and then my cheek.
all right. Animal cruelty is just wrong. Let me get some bandages real quick. I'm gonna start digging for my bandages and stuff. My outfit. and
Oh,
start-
no, it's fine. Our Dragonborn friend Gyro here has already taken care of it. I do appreciate you being so ready to help, though. Now, Varys,
Well,
what
that's-
I noticed the equipment that you had thrown out of your pack. That's a magic pack there.
Oh yeah, bag of holding it allows me. I carry around a lot of stuff, and I'm always researching a bunch of things. So I need a lot of space, and I thought a bag of holding would be real good to keep around, to tote around a lot of this stuff.
My,
Smart.
those are rare indeed.
And you keep a person in it.
Nope, no people. That'd be kind of weird.
We shouldn't plan for such things, but I guess it's good to know.
Yeah, so I'm a arcanist by nature. My family are groups of arcanists, and they built a lot of military weapons in Eberron, and I didn't really want to be a part of that. So I set out on my own adventure to do my own thing, and I really want to help people. And I build things and create magic to heal people, take care of people, because there's no one taking care of them.
That's wonderful.
I've been of, but who's been taking care of everybody else?
Can I tell how old he is?
Go ahead and roll perception.
Uh-oh.
Oh God! Naive.
So you never answered then. If you're so interested in helping people, does that make you a healer by trade?
I wouldn't say that I'm a healer per se, not in the traditional means of the clerics that are at the temples, or the wizards that hide in their towers. And I, because of my family, I know a little bit of magic from working with all the gnomes in our workshops while we were creating tools of war, and I decided to learn how to repurpose some of those things to protect people and to heal them. So I guess you could say I'm a healer in that fashion, but I am no saint.
I understand.
No one's a saint, my dear. Um, I assume I know he's
You do. You pin his age down extremely close.
to a solid.
How old are
What-
you?
He's just a wee lad.
How old
Just
is
a wee
Ferris?
lad.
A wee lad. He doesn't have the breath of life. He knows nothing about the world.
Oh,
How old are you?
Naive.
How old?
How old?
Oh, 19.
he said
19.
naive.
Oh.
19 and naive.
Well, Varys,
Yes, sir.
I kind of bow. It is an honor to be in the presence of someone from such a prestigious noble background. I too
Yep.
come from a noble lineage as well.
Oh, really?
I do.
I'm gonna smile as he says that and nod. Noble in the squirrel realm?
Kokba!
Ah.
How dare you call me squirrel?
Ah, sorry.
Girl just cursed.
Yes. I'll whisper, sometimes we can't tell what he's talking about.
These giants and all of their ways. You giants don't understand. Once the great acorn comes, you will see.
I'm gonna lean forward and rub under his chin and be like, "You're so adorable, though."
My freaking foot starts like thumping on Gyro's shoulder. Stop that!
Proper introductions are in order, I suppose. I am Virina LaBelle, and this here is G'day. Oh, I believe she did introduce me, but I figured I should do so myself. We were employed by our benefactor, which we don't know where he is now,
Nathan
but
Dritz, yeah.
I think it might be good for us to know who you are. And I'm gonna look at Gyro and and say, and who might you be? And are you a friend of Max's?
Ooh, Lucius.
Lucius. There's a Max somewhere
Wait, she.
in there.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. We haven't met. I've only seen you when we were drinking potions.
Yeah, that's true. And I like to know who I'm drinking potions with because he's valuable information.
And it occurs.
Oh well, I apologize. I'm Gyro, and I am a friend of. And this is Lucius. He owes me a favor, so he'll be staying with me for a while.
Lucius fought alongside with me and quite surprisingly did well, so I think he might be good to keep around.
Why? Thank you, my dear.
So, are you mercenaries or something? You all don't look like mercenaries. She does, though.
I for sure
I-
am a mercenary.
Gabe.
Who do you point at?
I point at Gabe.
Oh, good day.
Oh, it's good day.
Yeah.
Oh, good day. Yes, I scoff, annoyed, and say, I'm no mercenary. I am from the court of the Queen of Nipa. I used to be a ranger.
Do I know about that?
Go ahead and roll a history check.
It is gonna feel weird, but
Mm-hmm.
that history is like, I've never seen that as like an option. I was like,
Yeah, the skills kind of got compressed into more vague options to cover more
Yeah.
instead of having just a shit ton of skills.
yeah.
Ooh, there you are.
History check? That's so OP. I need to do that more often.
Okay. You kind of have like vague remembrances of coming across the Queens of Neba in books that you have studied, but outside of that, you don't remember any of the finer details.
Must be another minor house.
Minor house, you inlanders know nothing of our swampland queen.
Oh,
They
swamp.
are- yeah.
That explains a lot. Nobody fights over those.
No. I'm gonna kind of try to hush him, like, no.
I want to take a very intimidating stance.
Okay, roll intimidation. Yeah.
Oh boy.
So I'm gonna slowly start sneaking away. Can I like take a look at my surroundings?
Yeah,
Wait.
go ahead and roll perception. G'day. You kind of grip Aurelius, and you kind of like roll your shoulders like you're getting ready to go in for a fight, and you just kind of impose
My might upon his presence.
yeah.
Aurelia still has a place in you yet.
I just want to make sure there's nothing around us.
As she keeps saying that, I look over and under my breath I mutter, "She's got it out for me. I know it. Name your fucking axe after me."
Did I hear this? I want to roll to hear
Yeah,
this.
go ahead and roll perception, Gyro. As you kind of look.
Can I roll? Okay, never mind. I actually wasn't doing it. I was. No, never mind. Yeah.
Gyro, as you kind of look around to get a sense of your surroundings and what is around you, you see a long beachhead, the sand, you see the little pit that's kind of right next to you, the rubble from the ship. But in the distance above the tree lines, you do see smoke. G'day. You do hear Lucius as he mutters, she named her fucking axe after me.
I told you that was an act of honor after I tried to take your life. It was an act of goodwill, and I tried to save you. I did save you on that ship from smashing your face into the deck. I will never do it again. Hear me now. This I promise.
No. You misunderstand. It was only out of respect that I said anything. I just
I
wanted to...
shot my bow into a sea creature to save you.
I pull at Gyro's ear and I'm like, "Help me here. I'll owe you another favor."
I'm gonna whisper back and be like, "That's two. Are you sure? Are you
All right,
sure?"
you watch as I quickly, with my nail, I cut into my paw and I go, "That is a blood honor."
Okay. Okay. Then I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna basically prick my finger with my tooth, and then I'm gonna shake your hand with my finger.
This is the strangest interaction between a squirrel and a dragon I've ever experienced. Just so you know.
And this is how you both got HPV.
Say that again?
It feels like it is.
Saves.
Yeah. No, but okay, that's a deal. So, hey, good day. Come on, you gotta be easier on this guy, okay?
On the squirrel.
Yes. He's a good squirrel.
I tried to save his life twice. And then I throw myself around in a tizzy and I sit in the sand and I eat one of my rations.
All right. Hey.
I look over at her and I go,
And
"All
we're
right,
also
she'll get over it."
I'm also gonna motion. I'm gonna motion like crazy hand signals to Virena, like I'm trying to tell her that there's smoke in the distance, but she's not really gonna know what I'm doing because I'm not doing really like anything that looks like smoke signals.
Do I see him do this?
You see him do this.
DM, can I look for a sand dollar while he's doing that?
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
go ahead and roll investigation.
Okay. I'm gonna
Okay,
try to find a
and-
sand dollar and give it to Good Day.
All right.
And then I
Varys,
point to the
you're trying to
smoke.
do something?
Natural 20.
What's going on with the dragon guy? Is he the guy? He's like waving around real strange, and he's kind of worrying me, and it makes me want to bring the alchemist.
He's
So I kind of
worrying
like.
me too.
Okay, well, guys, you have
Are
to
you
guess.
okay?
You have to guess. Okay, there's something that I have to tell you, but you have to. It's over. It's that way.
Oh, it's a game.
Sure. And I thought I
Lucius.
left-
Sorry, everyone. Lucius, you do find a sand dollar in the sand, really close nearby. As you kind of dust some of the sand off of it and kind of flip it around and take a look, it is in pristine condition.
I pick it up, I drag it out of the sand, and I pick it up, and then I begin to like scoot closer to G'day, seeing that she's like sat down in the sand eating her ration, and I inch closer to her, and then when I get close enough, I kind of like position myself in front of her as she's eating her ration, and I hold up the sand dollar, and I give her the best puppy dog eyes that I can.
Get
My
it.
I
squirrel-
reach my hand down. So I reach my hand down to accept it. My whole demeanor softens, and I look at him and I just say, all I have is to be strong. You know I'm not very bright. I just have to protect my people. And then I reach my hand down to lift him up and see if he accepts.
Absolutely. I crawl under her hand, and then I like hold onto your thumb, and like I hug it and embrace it.
So I lift him up to me and very gently touch his back as if in a hug. And then I put him
I'm-
down and say, I'm sorry. I'll start being
I'm still making
more
smoke
reasonable.
signals.
Mm.
Oh dear, you have nothing to apologize for. I completely understand.
I've always been a follower, and now I feel like everybody wants more than that from me.
Okay. Is anybody gonna guess?
I'm gonna take steps towards Gyro, and I'm gonna motion to, and I'm so sorry. Sorry, there was a knock on.
Your mom?
G'day, go ahead and add pristine sand dollar to your inventory.
Okay. At that point, I'll let Lucius back down, and I'll stand back up,
Okay.
be a normal adult again.
All right. So Varys and Virena, you are both watching flailing arms gyro. What do you two do?
I'm gonna look at Varys and say, "Do you speak that language?"
You know, I've studied a lot of things, but draconic folk dance is not one of them. So,
Okay. And I'm just gonna nod like he absolutely knows what he's talking about, so I'm gonna go with it. And I'm not familiar with that either. I don't speak Draconic, but maybe we should look around a bit more. Maybe you could tell me more about yourself.
Okay, I'll give you a hint. What happens when fire burns?
It burns
Yes.
and continues to burn.
Yes, but what happens as a result of fire burning?
it creates Troy's life.
No,
That's true.
you people.
It turns into ash, whatever it burned?
Do I see? I obviously see this taking place, right?
Yes, you do.
All right. I hop off of Good Day's hand, and I begin to move over to where this is taking place.
Okay.
To the busting flames.
All right.
And
Lucius, roll perception for me.
all right.
Fantastic. What do we see, Quackers? What do we see?
God
Oh my
damn.
It is the third natural 20 of the night, my dear. What is happening?
Am I rolling all of the natural 20s that
Yes.
I'm going to get this
I
game?
think
Yeah.
so.
You're
Yeah,
really
right now.
all of us.
Right now.
Yep. All the nat 20s are you. All right.
All right,
As you're
might as well see him now because he's probably gonna die because he has no more 20s left.
I'm going to get ready to roll my new character.
All right, so from your vantage point, looking up, watching as Gyro is making these arms, you notice a smoke coming from behind his head. Almost as if it looks like he's frustrated, trying to tell everyone what's what. And you kind of like lean to the side, and you see the smoke is actually coming from above the tree line.
Oh. I scurry over to him and I hop onto his back and then climb up to his shoulder, and I go, and as I step firmly onto his shoulder, I'm like,
Oh, there we go. Back at the right place. All right. My friend, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to alert us of the flames that are, or the smoke that is rising from beyond the tree line?
Yes. That's
Yeah.
exactly what I was trying to do.
Well, thank you. You are so wise. Oh my.
and I like pat his head, and I tried to yell out to Virina and Varys.
Do you see the smoke over there?
Oh, smoke! Yes, I had been looking at it this whole time. I was just confused as to why we were playing a game with Gyro.
No simpletons, giants, and the like.
You guys noticed the smoke
Did
the
I?
entire time?
You can say
Anything about it?
Well, we did just crash. I assumed it was from there.
I thought it might be from you, dear one.
No, I was passed out in the sea, and I was looking for Ruby.
It's Ruby.
Who is Ruby?
Ruby's a project I'm working on right now. Yeah.
You name your projects.
Well, like I said, I'm an arcanist, and I tinker with magic and tools. And Ruby's the project I'm working on right now. She's not anything yet, but I'm working on it.
I don't know many arcanists, but I'll take your word for it. Shall we approach the smoke? And I'm gonna look at Gyro and say, or should I say the fire?
Oh God, that hurts. That hurts.
Can I roll survival and check for tracks?
Sure, go for it.
Smoke has to come from somewhere. All I'm saying is we didn't make it, and we're the only ones here on this beach
So far.
All right.
that we know of.
G'day, you kind of look around, taking a check to see if you can see any sort of tracks of any sort. As you kind of look around, you don't see too much. You see your tracks in the sand, but off in the distance a little ways from where you woke up, you do see almost like they're larger tracks. They appear to be webbed to some degree, but they don't apparently look humanoid.
Okay, then I'm gonna turn to the group and say, I think I see signs of something else here. Let me sneak towards the fire and I'll raise some kind of signal as to what I see.
Can you tell us what that signal would be so we know what to look for?
I'll just raise my arm back to the group because I don't plan on going too far.
Okay.
So I would like to roll a stealth and sneak up towards the fire.
Okay, so you do see the smoke in the distance. It looks like it is a little bit deeper into like the jungle itself. You kind of estimate it to be about a mile away.
A mile. Okay, so that's like 15-minute walk then. So I'll change the signal. What do I have?
Did
Okay,
I?
I'll just tell him then. Let me sneak up there and look, and I'll come back and report to you then. I'll change it.
Okay,
Okay.
Can I go with her?
you can if you want.
I whistle a little bit, and the little flying thing comes off my belt again, and then it flies up to the little squirrel guy, and it kind of shocks him, just a teeny little shock, and then he sees these little runes kind of crawl on his fur, and he's got guidance now.
Okay.
Do I know what this is?
Go ahead and roll Arcana for me.
All right. Really quick, and then I'm gonna roll stealth. Oh my gosh!
So you feel you watch as the little contraption comes over and shocks you, and you feel almost as if you remember this one time where you're rolling around on something, and when you tried to grab something metallic, you got a little bit of a shock. It reminds you of that sensation. You kind of watch as like these little runes kind of dance along, but you assume that they're just for show.
All right. I look back at him and I kind of like furrow my brow. And I trust this new person just a little bit less at this point. But
Uh-oh.
And I'm like, just very, I'm helping out, but I don't realize that he's mad. I'm just like,
but then I look back and I just like run up and I try to quickly hop onto Gooday's back and then try to scurry up onto her shoulder.
Okay.
Do you want me to roll anything for that, DM?
Nah, you're good.
All right.
Right, so I rolled my stealth score and we take off.
All right.
Also, it dawns on me, and I scream, "Oh my God, treasure chests!"
All right.
And then I quickly start looking around for anything that looks like a chest.
Okay. So both G'day and Lucius is kind of like on G'day's shoulder, like trying to be stealthy by like hiding behind her head, while G'day is pressing forward towards the smoke, making sure that she leaves the lightest of steps in the sand as she crosses over into grass and then eventually dirt. So, G'day, you do find yourself on a trail, and the trail appears to be leading in the direction of the smoke.
And I just like kind of whisper to you,
Dear one, I'm not going to allow you to go by yourself. We don't know yet what lies beyond the tree line. So, and also I feel that I owe you just a bit for the brash comment that I made regarding you naming the axe after me. Yeah, I am honored by that. So, allow me to prove myself to you.
And then I crouch down on her shoulder.
Okay.
I turn to him and I whisper, "We are bound by blood oath. I tried to hurt you, and therefore I owe you a debt as well. And I appreciate your companionship, as I do not want to go alone either."
Of
Continue
course.
to press forward stealthily.
All right. So you continue. So both you and Lucius continue to make your way along the trail. As the trail kind of starts to open up, you do see what appears to be huts of some sort. Go ahead and roll stealth if you wish to continue moving stealthily.
Okay, can I pause for a moment and try to understand what I'm seeing?
Yeah, go ahead and roll perception.
And then can I aid her with that?
Yes, you can.
All right.
Okay, cool. All right. So you kind of peer through the trees, making sure that you stay out of direct sight. And as you're looking at these huts, you hear a slight commotion coming from the direction that the huts are in. You watch as two small humanoid children run by. One of them is a small brunette, while the other one is a small, with a very sandy blonde kind of hair. You can both hear them giggling as they're running around, and you can swear you almost hear one of them say to the other, "Tag, you're it."
Look,
You
children.
said humanoid. Can I tell what kind of humanoids they are?
Yeah, go ahead and roll another perception for me.
Oh.
Oof. Unfortunately, from what you can tell from this distance, they appear to be human in shit, what's the word I'm looking for? Human shaped in nature.
Okay.
So you
Then
don't
I'm
see
gonna turn-
any like defining features like pointed ears or different colored skins. They just look like small little white children running around.
Okay, so I'll turn to Lucius and I'll ask him, do you think we should continue forward or should we turn back and tell our comrades to avoid this area? I have no intention of entering into a town.
So, about how big is this village that we see, and like how many huts?
From your distance away, you see two huts, but they appear to be large, little bit on the larger side, as if they house more than one individual.
And then do we see at this point what is making the smoke?
From your current from both your two's current vantage point, no.
Do you? I kind of whisper in her ear. Do you think that this village is what is causing the smoke that is rising? Or do you want to continue forward? Perhaps we should see just kind of how big this village is.
I do indeed believe, comrade, that this is where the smoke is coming from, but neither do we know if this village is friend or foe. We can continue pressing forward, though. I believe I have the skill to stay unseen.
Oh, I am assured of it, my friend.
And I pat her
Then
shoulder.
I'll press forward.
Okay. Are you continuing to do so stealthily?
I am.
Okay, go ahead and roll stealth for me. Ooh, beautiful. All right.
That's amazing.
pulling upon from your time spent in the swamp under the Queen's Guard. You skillfully maneuver yourself around the path and around the edges of what appears to be a village to you. As you kind of make your way along the edges, you do see almost like a large fire burning between 3, maybe 4 different houses. One of the houses on your left, looking towards the campfire, appears to be much larger and more of a house than a hut.
At this point, can we see any other of the humanoids, and can I tell maybe what they are? Maybe a closer look at the children?
Yeah, go ahead and roll perception. And Lucius, you may aid if you wish.
Yep, I do want to.
Okay. All right. Beautiful. All right.
She didn't need it.
At this greater vantage point, you are watching as a bunch of different people appear to be making their way around the center of the village. You can see an older couple kind of sitting near the fire, smiling to each other as they kind of make small talk. You also see the 2 children running around. Everyone in this village appears to be human.
Do they seem dangerous, or do they seem somewhat friendly?
Go ahead and roll insight.
Ooh.
And G'day, you may roll as well, or you may assist.
I will assist.
Okay.
Oh, so sorry.
From what you can tell,
Oh, wait. You have guidance on that one or no?
so he does have the buff, he just doesn't know about it. So he still gets the additions to it.
Okay.
Really quick before.
Yeah, how does that work, Danny? Does he have to choose to activate it, or
Let me read guidance here. Da-da-da.
like, because if he doesn't know he has it, like how will he use it? You know.
Okay. Go ahead, Lucius, and just roll me a flat d20.
Okay. Goodness.
Oh.
Goodness.
All right.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm so sorry.
So from what you can tell, you kind of try to focus, and as you're focusing, trying to see if these people appear to be friendly or if they'll be hostile, you almost feel like a small tingling sensation where you remember where the contraption had zapped you, but you completely break your focus as you get a smell that crosses your nose. You can smell the fire, or the smoke rather, from the burning fire. But you also don't smell anything of that you would have like iron or some sort of rust. From what you can tell, these people appear to be extremely peaceful.
This may be risky, but do you think maybe we should head back and let our friends know before we venture any further that we have quite a bit of a village on our hand? We want to either present ourselves as friendlies ourselves, or ensure our presence is not seen at all.
Lucius and G'day, roll perception.
Da. Do. I want to lean over to Lucius and say, I wonder though, if an entire party of people would startle this village, and maybe we should introduce ourselves before and tell them that we were shipwrecked. They might help us that way, but it might scare them if we all come in together with our arms bared.
Yes, yes. That is the risky part. Do we do it
Yes.
now?
All right. So, good day. As you are conversing with Lucius, you feel a slight twitch on the backside of your left ear, and you kind of turn around ever so slightly. Behind you and G'day is this older gentleman. He appears to be covered in tattoos, wearing almost like a toga-like robe, and he's holding a cane in his hand. And you both hear him say, "Indeed. Usually coming forth and greeting people is usually the best way to build any sort of relationship."
Shit. We've been spotted, dear. Good day.
So, I would like to roll persuasion and try to explain how we were so hard up after our shipwreck that we were not quite sure what to do. And so we only had to take the best measures in mind, us poor, weary, unwavering travelers trying to find a safe place to be.
Okay, go ahead and roll persuasion.
Can I aid her?
You can.
All right.
Come on, big money.
Boom.
Yeah.
Should have gave her guidance.
All right. Yeah. So, G'day, you do your best to attempt to persuade this gentleman that has somehow managed to sneak up behind both you and Lucius. As you explain your situation, you could see the old man lift one of his hands and begin stroking his long white beard. He goes, that is quite precarious. I'll tell you what. Go back to your friends. Gather them and come back here. We will have a chat, all of us, when you return. And he'll kind of walk to your side and begin walking towards the village. As he gets about 10 feet away from you, he pauses and turns around and picks up his cane and motions. Well, go on then. What do you two do?
Get out of here. Go, you rascals. Well, I guess I'm gonna look at Lucius and shrug my shoulders and kind of start to turn back.
Dear sir, before you venture forth, you mean to come back to this spot exactly?
No. Once you've gathered your friends, come back and meet me at the campfire.
Over yonder. I see. Thank you for not killing us.
And then I gesture to
It was my pleasure, young one.
I gesture to G'day to like hurry back.
I sprint back as fast as I can.
I'm holding on.
The speed of the elves helping aid.
All right, you both are running back. While they are running back, Virina, Gyro, and Varys, what are you three doing?
I'm looking around for anything that looks like a chest
Okay,
or gold.
go ahead and roll perception for me. Virina, what are you doing?
I am going to also look around and see if there's anything of value, monetarily, or food.
Okay,
Oh,
go ahead and roll perception. And Varys, what are you doing?
That was horrible.
I was working on. I said ruby earlier. I meant it's a ruby, but
Oh,
the
that
thing's
was
name is
good.
actually Friday. So I meant to say Friday earlier.
You're way better at it.
So I'm working on Friday, and I kind of look up through my goggles, and I'm working on Friday, kind of inscribing some stuff. And I say, "You guys think we should check on them? They've been gone a while now."
I think they're okay. Let's just kind of focus on what we can salvage and what we can use.
Yeah.
You're friends. Okay.
All right, Gyro, as you kind of make your way around the beach, you come over to this pile of rubble and you begin to kind of like sift through it, seeing if you can find something that you could potentially salvage. Unfortunately, my friend, you do not find anything. Virina, on the other hand, you notice a couple of chests, or not chests, but barrels that have washed up on shore. Would you like to investigate them?
Absolutely.
All right. Which barrel would you like to investigate? From your current location, you see this one and this one.
Ah, okay. I'm gonna go for that one over there.
All right. You go ahead and do so. And how would you like to open the barrel?
With my bare hands.
Okay. You get over to the barrel and you grasp one side of the barrel, and then you grasp at the keg top and you just pry it back with relative ease. Inside, you find 4 days worth of rations.
Ooh, all right. Found some food here. Are you guys hungry?
Oh, yes. Yes, definitely.
Go ahead and add 4 rations 1 day to your inventory.
Okay.
And while all of this is going
Any
on,
health back from eating that?
I'm sorry?
Oh, I was asking, do I gain back any health from eating that ration in a tizzy?
So you all at this point would have had a long rest.
Okay, gotcha. So we're back up to the full.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I was just hangry eating.
I mean, you were feeling pretty hungry, so. Anyways, so while Virina and Gyro are sifting through the different storage containers, Varys continues to tinker away on Friday.
Oh,
At this
and-
point,
I threw her back in my bag.
okay.
Began to kind of look around.
Okay. At this point, 15 minutes has passed, and both Lucius and G'day have returned.
So I walk into camp, like, panting, with my arms held up, like, in the I don't know position. And I'm like, this saw us. Sorry, guys. I tried to be sneaky.
Yeah, she did great. She did great. Don't. And I'm patting her shoulder. I'm like, don't. And then I begin to pat her head as I stand up. And I kind of like hold on to her hair a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And then I comment, your hair, for being out here in the salty sea and air, your hair is so soft. Anyway, we need to go, and we need to present ourselves back at the campfire.
Oh, why do we need to do that?
Because the old man with the cane saw us, and I think he will deal a great blow to us if we do not follow his instructions. And I've always been taught to respect our elders, so we should go.
Well, yeah, I agree. We should definitely respect our elders, but old man with a cane, like, you really think he's gonna hurt you?
I really thought you were gonna hurt us, and you seem to be a tinker of some sort, so let's respect the old man.
I think G'day.
You have a point.
I think what G'day is trying to say is that it would be only respectful if we were to honor a dying man's last wish.
Okay.
He was dreadfully old.
I'm so
I
so
was scared of him.
He wants us to meet him by the campfire. What harm is he going to cause? Let's go. Maybe we can have a Hot tea? That would be nice.
All right. You know what? I'm okay to go. We could do this. I'll do this. And I'm gonna pick Lucius back up, put him back on my shoulder, and I'm gonna be like, "You still owe me too, right?"
Oh, my dear friend, you are of the utmost priority in my life at this moment. Absolutely. And I bow gracefully before him,
Do I
and then I
hear
rise.
You do.
You do.
Oh, poor G'day. She's so dumb and so childish.
No, you heard this. Danny said you heard.
All right. So are you all heading off to the
Danny,
village?
you're muted.
Yeah, you're muted, Danny.
Sorry, I fat fingered Alt. So, are you all heading to the village?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I start striding with ambition. I walk like I have a purpose down that path.
All right.
Let me tell you guys a couple of things about myself. So it might be a little intrusive sometimes, but don't mind my mechanical friends. They're here to help. Earlier, that little guy that flew up to you and gave you a shock ruins. What those ruins do is they go into your body and they amplify, one of your physical senses, and it kind of helps out, in some situations. Kind of helps me get studying done sometimes. So I thought I'd just let you know about that.
And you're saying that that is what you did to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, okay.
I think I need to work on some things that kind of maybe enhance the sensation of it just a tad bit. Did you feel anything nice when it touched you?
Well,
Whoa! Don't talk to my squirrel friend like that, okay? I don't know what kind of niceness is you, but this is getting a little.
No!
This is
I also
this is
jumped
my
to the defense.
this is my favorite. This is my favorite runner right here, not yours, okay? You can't talk to him like that.
Forget I said anything. I won't do it again. Just forget I said anything.
wait.
I'm gonna roll intimidation. Can I roll intimidation?
Go for it.
Okay.
Can you get a +5 because I feel really uncomfortable?
Not with a nat 1.
I got a nat 1 and it's +5. Can we just take the first one there? Let's not take.
Yeah, it's the one on the left. All right.
I'm as he's doing this, if it gives it any kind of like narrative blessing, I'm like on his shoulders, like wait.
So I look at him with like the least amount of menace in the world. Like I want to be like puppy dog eyes, but I want it to be like looking like I'm trying to intimidate him.
Yeah, so as you're giving these facial expressions and trying to act intimidating, you're like you can't decide on like what intimidating pose you're going to take, so you kind of like keep moving undecided on what stance to take. And it kind of makes the situation feel a little awkward.
Oh man, rough.
Oh, good.
All
Okay.
right.
Well, as long as you understand, okay, that's all that matters.
Full well, sir. Full well,
Yeah.
sir.
All right. At this point, you've all been walking for 15 minutes, and the village is within sight. Go ahead and place your
Okay.
tokens over here on the left.
I'm gonna pull out my shield
Okay?
at the very least. Oh, I totally forgot about it. I will. No, but yes, I'm pulling out my shield at the very least.
Okay.
I'm gonna be next to Lammy.
Okay.
I don't call him that yet, but we're getting there.
Absolutely, my friend. Absolutely.
Keep it up. I like what I see.
No, you're awesome, dude. I'm on Gyro's shoulder.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
as we see the village, I kind of lean in and I say it trying to be loud enough, just loud enough rather, for the rest of the group to hear, and I go,
Oh, that's what we were talking about. Over yonder, do you see? Just over there, the campfire. He told us to meet us there. Now, before we go into the village, do we have any sort of plan?
So, question before he does this.
Okay.
Is there any like flags in this village or anything like that you can see that distinguishes a house from a house, or do they all look the same?
Go ahead and roll perception.
Damn it, I'm sorry.
"Can I aid him?"
You can. From what you can tell, you don't see any sort of flags or symbols that would say that they are of any particular clan or family.
Okay. The only reason why I asked is because I have, it's the mercenary life, it's from the background, but I'm able to identify mercenary companies by their emblems.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. But,
Noted.
go on.
All right. What are you all doing? Are you walking into the village? Are you discussing a plan?
Wait, what was Lucius just doing?
Do we have any sort of plan before we just waltz in there all willy-nilly like?
You know, most villages like these, I feel they're always pretty nice. They're nice people, right? I mean, I don't really know. I mean, I come from a village and we're nice there, so I think that we should just go in here with just the best of intentions and see if we can help these people or if they can help us.
Well, from my knowledge of you giants, you giant folk, and from the ancient prophecies of the Great Acorn, it tells that you, by necessity, you folk take more than what is necessary for consumption. So much so that you would take from even strangers like us. So I tend to approach you hesitantly as such.
Well, I mean, just by proxy of being around you guys don't seem that way at all. None of the giants you've been with this entire time. I mean, right,
Well,
Lucius?
Yes, yes, you speak the truth, my friend. Yes.
So I think it's just best. Don't assume that we're all like that. Some of us are pretty bad. My father. Anyway, but
Right.
I think we're in good hands here. We're in need of supplies, and who knows? They could probably use a couple improvements on some of these roofs of the house. And I kind of look at some of the roofs, and I think to myself, I could fix that.
All right.
They're all like pristine
Still
roofs.
walking in with the same energy. Yeah, I'm still walking in with the same energy, absolute abandon, like no cares. I'm just, well,
You're just
making
waltzing
myself
in.
a little bit humble, a
She's
little bit
upset.
humble, but I'm just like straight towards the bonfire.
All
I'm
right.
like, wait. Oh, I guess.
You know, I kind of look at her and I'm just like, whatever, and I follow her right on in.
Okay.
Are we? And I look at Gyro and I'm like, well, my friends, shall we?
Yeah, I guess. Better late than never.
All right. You all walk into the village and you spot the bonfire right in front of you as you're walking in. You see a small gathering of people, both men, women, and some that appear to be in their late teens. But Lucius and G'day, you notice that the children aren't present. At the center of the bonfire, sitting on a wooden bench, you recognize the old man that had managed to sneak up behind you from before. What do you all do?
I kind of gesture.
As I walk in with abandon. Oh god.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I still have my
guess-
shield out. Did he startle me?
Well, I mean, you're kind of looking at him right now, so...
Oh, I'm looking at him? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I put my shield up and I peer over it. And
Okay.
I kind of question who he is, because I don't know who he is, right?
You do not.
Yeah. So, who the fuck is this guy? And I've got my.
So
and I've got
as
my
I
shield
walk
up.
in again with abandon, I assume I'm in the lead, since I'm just being
Yeah.
on instinct.
Okay.
So I walk in and I'm gonna give a little bit of a bow and say, "Hello, sir, from before. It's nice to see you again, but this time not behind me."
You watch as he applies some pressure to his cane and raises himself up off of the bench. He then proceeds to raise his arms, staff in his right hand. As he stretches, you can almost swear you hear some popping noises, as if his back is cracking. And then he brings his staff back down and rests his hand back on top of it. And he's like, "Ah, how nice of you all to finally join us here. Tell me, come, sit down. Apparently you all have had a very rough encounter. Please, tell me more about it."
So I plop down right in front of the fire, cross my legs, kumbaya style, flip open my bag, prop out Friday and start carving. Well, I just met these guys. They tried to kill me. What about you guys? They try to kill you too?
This older, tattooed gentleman is looking at the other four of you.
Oh,
I scoff in annoyance.
I just want to say, I was hired to guard a ship, and then a fish thing attacked, and we almost died, and then we woke up here, and that's all I know.
Everyone roll perception for me.
Oh. This is gonna be my
I-
bad day.
As Gyro is telling the gentleman the story, right as he finishes, I kind of nod along, and then I go,
And, good sir, may I be so bold as to request a name that we may call you?
So, G'day, Lucius, and Virina, you all notice as Gyro mentions this fish-like creature that had attacked their boat, you notice that this gentleman appears to stiffen up a little bit. almost as if he knows what you might be talking about. And then, as Lucius breaks the silence with his question, you watch as the old man kind of shakes his head a little bit and goes, "Oh, where are my manners? Please, allow me to introduce myself. I am Bao Faro, and you are currently within my village called the Rakato."
I bow low, like in honor. And
Thank you for that. And I'm sorry. Balfar?
Bao Fo.
Balfo. Oh, thank you. Balfo. My name is Sir Lucius Aurelius Maximilius, and it is an honor to meet you. And thank you for bringing us to your humble and beautiful village.
Bao, you watch as Bao, this
I look up.
tattooed old man, tattoos running all up his chest, his arms. You even see a tattoo running up his cheek, and you see almost like a serpent where you can find a large scar down the side of his face. And he goes, "Oh, well, my, I haven't seen one of you in nigh a century.
Mm.
And what of the rest of you over here? And you, the young one sitting down."
So
You know
I
what
look
he
over
is?
to
What
Lucas
is
and bow as well.
Okay, sorry. I got Varys's question. Good day. What was your question?
Oh, I just said I look at Lucius and I follow his example and bow as well.
Okay.
as do I?
All right. So you watch as Bao kind of looks down or kind of tilts and somewhat rotates toward you and goes, "Well, he's a Krupka. Are you telling me this is your first time ever seeing one?"
Yes, yeah. I recognized him in one of my books, but I've never actually seen one.
Ah, they're quite lively fellows. Very, some may even call them distinguished.
Well, why? I am honored that you are familiar with my kind. It is not often that we get someone as distinguished, it seems, as you. Where did you come across us?
I've come across quite a few Cub in my let's just say peak years. See, you all are currently within the Tauraka region. It is a series of islands with wide open ocean between all of them. Up north, I used to have a number of friends that were Kirpkas. Unfortunately, over the last couple of centuries, I've seen them much less than normal. Unfortunately,
Sorry to hear
I am rather curious, and he kind of points his finger over at Gyro. You mentioned you were attacked by a large serpent?
Yes. Fish creature, serpent, you know, that thing.
I see. So you too have come across what the villagers are referring to as Leviathan, and lived to tell the tale. That is mighty
Yes.
impressive.
Well, thank you. Is it Goday's turn?
And if G'day wants to ask questions,
Okay.
What do you mean you too have also faced it? And how do you survive to tell the tale?
that is a very, very long story. I'd be more than happy to share with you over dinner later. But to give you just a rundown, let's just say me and Leviathan have a bit of a history. And you watch as he raises his hand and rubs 2 fingers down the side of his temple along the scar.
So what does that scar mean?
You see, this is a scar that Leviathan has placed upon me. It was a very difficult fight. It came out of nowhere. He appeared from this mist out in the ocean. You didn't even see it coming.
Yeah, same thing.
But
Interesting.
enough
What does
about...
this creature look like?
You see, it is a large blue serpent with 4 almost like wings, nay fins, along the side of its serpentine-like body, and 2 long tendrils producing from its beak, almost beak-like snout. It is a very dangerous creature that has appeared. I do not recommend going up against it, at least alone.
Did you not hear? I look over at Varys. Did you not hear the announcements, the alarms going off?
I
power-
did, but I was in the bottom of the boat working on repairs on the starboard side, and I heard a loud crash, and there was some water coming in, and after that everything went dark. I didn't see these fish people you guys were talking about. I didn't see the Leviathan that you're all speaking of.
That brings up a good
loud and it was loud and hazy and it was dark. And I saw you guys.
He brings up a good point. And then I kind of asked the old man, did you also run into the fish people?
Well, you see, fish people is a very loose term. Could you be a little more specific?
I think it started with an S. It was Sahagan or
The
something like that.
Saharians. A very nasty race that reside in the bottoms of the ocean floors. Definitely would not recommend heading down there. But sometimes they will come up towards the surface if they believe the risk is worth it.
Interesting.
So there must have been something on the boat that made them feel as though it was worth attacking. I mean, we were selling on the tomorrow. Yeah, that has a nice ring to it. But anyways, there must have been something on there that they thought was valuable and thus attacked the boat. And
On that note, you bring up a fantastic point, Varys. My apologies. Please continue.
no, I mean, did you guys notice anything of worth on the boat besides, a few dignitaries and, people,
Nope.
people trying to start a new life?
Well, yes, actually. I look over at Good Day. Good Day. You, I believe, are the only one who knows anything of what we were hired to ferry for our now missing employer. Do you know what we were ferrying for him, transporting for him? And then I look over to the
old gentleman, and then perhaps, good sir, would you be so kind as to tell us what was around you? Because maybe there is a correlation between the two.
It'd be rather
Yeah.
difficult to find a correlation in waves.
Danny, you're muted.
I spoke to.
Sorry.
He said sir. I just want to point out. Did you say sir? He said sir. Good day, you're going to let him call you sir? I don't know.
As a member of the Royal Guard, I learned to be called sir, her, them, they. It doesn't matter what I was. I was a member of the Royal Guard. My identity had no purpose. But that being said, I spoke to a guard, and all they had to say is they were ferrying rich people and rich things, and that's what I was interested in. But yet we had no opportunity to explore that. I know not what was under the lower deck.
Unfortunate.
Very.
Alright, as you guys finish this conversation, Bao looks at you, Lucius, and says, I've tried to, with all the reports that had shown up over the last 5 years since Leviathan's appearance, we've tried to find any correlation, and he kind of like chuckles a little bit. Unfortunately, it's hard to find any correlation in open water.
Were you perhaps carrying rich things or rich people?
He shakes his head to the left and right and goes, no, the only people that were on there with me were, well, it was the rest of my family. Unfortunately, they were not so lucky as to survive. We used to be wayfarers. We'd travel from island to island. But with Leviathan's appearance, nobody is traveling anymore. Everyone has locked their boats away. And even the merchants that used to be so prevalent throughout the Toraka Islands have ceased.
This Leviathan sounds like a menace. He sounds like my dad.
Oh, you're quite comparative, aren't you?
I go, my goodness. Your father sounds like truly the most hellish of individuals.
You're
have
damn right he is.
I am so sorry. I have only heard good among the talk of the royal and the highest of nobility.
He cares for nothing except elevating the family to the status of the pinnacle of familyhood. It's like, what is that going to do for anybody? Oh, sure, we'll have more money. But yeah, what about all these other people? Did you squash them away there, you asshole?
See, at this point, I lean towards Ferris and I say, I would have escaped too. I understand the oppression.
And he kind of looks over at G'day like,
I too
I was forced out of my family as well. That's why I'm on the run. I mean, explore.
I reach into my pouch and I grab some celery and I begin to nibble on it.
Bao looks at you all and goes, well, it appears you all come from a very colorful background.
I look at Varys, and then I look at, or rather, my eyes travel from Balfaro and to Varys, and I go, my
I do understand.
And then I look at G'day.
I do understand the oppression of the nobility. I was to be the next in line for the priesthood of my clan. And the magic that was to be passed from my father, it did not accept me. And we come from a long line of chosen priests. And to break that line was the greatest of sins. So I truly am sorry that you too feel the chains of oppression. From that nobility.
Can I look around to see if I see anybody suspicious?
Yeah, go ahead and roll perception. As you look around, you don't really notice anyone suspicious. You can see the people standing behind Bao that are huddled up. You can see some of them kind of like lean over and like whisper to each other, almost like they're gossiping.
Good sir.
Yes.
Why did you invite us back here?
Let's just say I have a good sense of character.
Well,
See,
yeah,
Anybody else?
even this guy knows I'm a good guy.
Has anybody else come through this village other than us?
You're the first ones in nigh a decade.
A whole decade?
Interesting. Well, I wonder what happened to all the other people.
Well, no one's been traveling out here because Leviathan's been blowing up all the boats and think the gods we're safe. So now it kind of sounds like we're stuck out here.
So what made our employer traverse those waters? What was that important?
I may not know what your employer may have been smuggling on his boat. However, I will say, you all seem like a really honest lot. With Leviathan's appearance, not many people are brave enough to traverse the waters, despite his rare appearances. Over the 5 years that we have first noticed his existence, there have only been 3 attacks.
Has anyone tried to slay him?
A couple of villages from the south made an attempt. Unfortunately, they were all wiped out.
Oh, man.
Interesting.
Poor souls.
so you you invite us here just because you saw the two of us as good people, yet you knew nothing of our companion.
And I look at him and I kind of lean in as I'm standing on Gyro's shoulder still, on his right shoulder.
Do
What is
nothing
the
of your companions.
what is
Little
the real
one,
purpose here, old man?
you underestimate us.
No. I mean no disrespect.
I don't mean to sound intimidating. Before I came across you two, and he points to both Lucius and G'day, before I came across you two standing outside our village, I was well aware of your presence.
I see. So what is your real purpose here then? Why do you call us here to the campfire?
You watch as Bao heads back over to the spot that he was sitting at, and he settles back down. Well, aren't you quite the intuitive one here? You see, I feel like we can both help each other. You see, and he kind of gestures to the people standing behind him. Everyone in this village has family on other islands, relatives, loved ones, children. With the threat of Leviathan, not many people are brave enough to even venture out onto the waters. Even though the attacks are rare at best, just the knowledge of the fact that he may appear at anywhere at any time is enough to deter the majority of people from the water. Most islands have either sunk their boats or stashed them away. So what I'm proposing here, you all appear that you can assist us in helping all the islands out. Throughout the centuries, there have been rumors of such oddities. They appear on the islands, and as soon as they appear, they tend to vanish without a trace. The only thing that links them all together is this thick mist. I assume you're all familiar with it, seeing as you have come across Leviathan.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, what you're saying, the mist appears when the oddities appear?
Very insightful.
And then that's the only time Leviathan shows up, is when all these oddities show up.
Not so much that they all happen at once, but rather the mist shows up, and then the creatures appear.
Uh, Can I roll like a knowledge arcana to maybe determine if that's some type of magic that I know about?
Yeah, go ahead and roll. You can do. Go ahead and roll Arcon. No, go ahead and roll Insight.
Let me see. Oops. Give me a second.
No worries.
That is... Okay. Just a 14.
Yep, it rolled.
That's my roll.
Okay. All right. So, from your knowledge of studying the Arcana, you almost feel like there's some sort of familiarity, something that you've come across before. from your studies of the different types of arcane magics, this one almost feels as if it's more of a summon sort of magic.
Well, I can't really pin my finger on it, guys, but I don't know. I just remember, studying in some of my books, you know, and and teleportation magic with gnomes. Uh, it could be anything in between, like teleportation magic to conjuring a familiar. But this Leviathan guy sounds a very large familiar. So I don't know if that's it, but
So you're saying it could be a person bringing the Leviathan, possibly being the Leviathan.
That is
Yeah.
a possibility.
yeah, most conjuration magic works that way. You have to get someone together or something. Someone has to bring something together to conjure something to bring something else forth.
Do we know where we hit the Leviathan? The Leviathan?
You do
When I
not.
threw my javelin?
Oh, do you remember where you hit Leviathan with your javelin?
Any?
You're muted.
Son of a bitch, sorry. Sorry, repose the question, Gyro.
Do we know where I hit the javelin or hit the Leviathan with the javelin?
Like, as in sense of, like, geographically, or where did you hit Leviathan with your javelin?
Like, where did I... do I know where it hit? On its body or on its face?
From what you can remember of where your javelin landed, you hit it, from your estimate, somewhere in its chest.
Can I pose the same question and ask where I hit it when I shot it with the roped arrow?
Yes, it was below where the javelin had landed.
Damn it.
Okay.
Like, if anything points me to that dude that we're talking to being the Leviathan, I'm pulling swords out and questioning everybody at this campfire.
I look over at Good Day, and I say,
My elf friend, dear one, in your elven lineage, well, the elves as a whole are known as fantastic summoners. Do you know of any magic or type of being that would be capable of such a feat as summoning such a creature?
I think back and consider the question. And what would you like me to roll?
To see if you remember?
Yeah.
Is that Arcana?
Go ahead. Let's go ahead and do an insight.
Ooh. That's a good one.
Okay. You remember little bits and pieces, but not like the finer details of everything.
Okay. Do I know anything pertinent that I can pass on?
You do not.
while I ask, I'm so
Shrug
sorry,
my
Good Day.
shoulders.
Okay.
No, I'm so sorry.
Oh,
I'm
no.
just shrugging my shoulders.
You are doing fantastic, girl. What are you talking about? While I ask that question of her, can I ponder that as well? And can I roll insight?
Yep, go for it.
Thank you. So 1. Hey!
Hey!
Did you really roll a 1?
I rolled a 19.
Yep. All right, you do. You remember all of the finer details.
What kind of creature or what so would I know that Leviathan was summoned from someone? Or
So you as you think back about Leviathan's appearance, something about it strikes you as a little bit familiar. It almost seems as if the magic involved with his appearance is somewhat related to your own.
Nani?
As everyone stands around in this awkward silence, I'm gonna pipe up and say, might there be any private areas one could go to if they need to freshen up?
You watch as Bao kind of thinks for a moment. He goes, "Yes, there are a few huts," and he kind of gestures behind him past the bridge that you see to his left. Says, "There are a couple of huts that are over there that are vacant. You are all more than welcome to stay the rest of the night."
All right, and as I'm gonna start walking in the direction that he pointed.
Okay.
But stop and turn around and say, if you noticed us before we came to the campfire, why did you not provide assistance?
Assist you in what? You were all there on the beachhead, were you not? You were all still breathing? A mother can't tend to pups forever, you know.
You could have taken us off the beat, but, you
And
know,
what lesson would you learn by me doing everything for you?
interesting. And I'm gonna turn and walk away,
Okay.
questioning why he's being so mean.
I thought to myself the same thing when you guys almost struck me with an axe.
The key is almost, but you were not.
I was more lucky than the girl. I'll take that.
At this point in time, the sun is you kind of notice that the scenery changes ever so slightly as the sun begins to set. You watch as Bao kind of gets up and stretches his shoulders a little bit and goes, "Well then, you're all more than welcome to use the huts that your friend has gone over to. Please make yourselves at home. We'll talk more in the morning."
Join with Irina in her hut.
All right?
Thank you very much, kind sir.
You're
you
most
also have
welcome.
food. Is there food in these huts?
Yes. I echo that sentiment.
I'll send someone by in a bit. Please feel free to freshen yourselves up and make yourselves comfortable.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and you watch as Bao walks into this house right here.
Wait, which one? Okay, I got you.
This one right here. And all of the people behind him, as he is walking away, have now left back to their own huts. down over here and down across the bridge.
The huts he mentioned were across the bridge that we could use, or the ones right here?
The ones behind you across the bridge, so over here.
Oh, okay. That bridge.
Mm-hmm.
I really wish I could move one.
Are you joining them?
Yeah.
Okay. What is everyone doing?
Now, the reason I actually walked away sooner is because I wanted to look around a bit more under the auspice that I was tired. So may I investigate my area?
You may certainly can. Go ahead and roll perception.
Oh. Yeah.
As you walk through the village towards the bridge to the huts that Bao has so graciously allowed you all to stay in for the night, you notice as a couple of people are kind of keeping their distance from you, unsure what to think. And you also notice two small children kind of following behind at a distance, watching you. Outside of that, the wind just blowing through the trees as the sun sets. It's relatively warm out. It's a very comfortable atmosphere that you are feeling from this place. As you cross over the bridge, you see a small fire or a small campfire area to your left and 5 huts to your right.
How gracious our host. I only share my bed with myself, so you guys can find yourselves another hut, right?
Well, of course, and only I hold myself to the highest of integrity. So,
I can fall asleep anywhere and through a hurricane, so it's okay.
yeah, I myself will be joining my dear friend here. And I got my Dragonborn friend's head. As for you, and I call out to Varys, now Varys, sir,
Yes, sir.
you are more than welcome to join us in our huts for the night.
I think is the campfire still lit? The one that we're by?
The one that you are currently by, it is currently not lit.
I think I'm gonna stay up a little while. I have some studying to do, and I need to do some work on Friday. So I'm gonna probably be up another 2 hours or so.
Well,
You're more than welcome to join. I have tea.
I was actually going to ask. So thank you for the invitation. I gracefully and graciously accept.
Okay. I mean, if that's what you want to do, we can do that.
I'm gonna.
Is that okay? Is that okay?
Sorry, go ahead.
I was asking, Jaira, is that okay if we join our friend?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Just, you're on my shoulder.
Well, yes, I do know that.
Okay,
And
I'm just saying.
My tail kind of like wraps around his neck.
Yeah, I'm very. Still, I do, and then I kind of like look at Gyro. I'm not overstepping any bounds, am I, by inviting him to bunk with us for the night? I mean,
No,
there's
not at all.
plenty of room. Or,
Yeah.
Varys,
Yes, sir.
after study session, would you still like to bunk with us? There's plenty of room in this hut.
Yeah, that would be awesome. He kind of looks a little like displaced by the offer, but he's willing, you know. But I again, I should tell you, sometimes I would hate to come in and intrude and just I study a while, and sometimes I would just hate to like come in and wake you from your sleep if you know. I study a while.
Can I roll an insight to see if he's lying or if there's anything additional behind those words?
Yeah, go for it. All right.
Are you lying?
No, I'm not lying. I'm not lying. He really is worried about waking up other people because he's a studier and doesn't want to go into places late and wake everybody up. He would rather like sleep out on a bunk by himself or like sleep out in the campfire by himself, just so he didn't have the chance of waking anybody up by crashing in the tent because he can't see or anything like that.
Cool. I'm like sitting here thinking like, are you aware, creature?
Don't get started, John.
I'm aware arcanist. I tinker the most at night.
Awesome.
While
Yeah.
they're talking, I'm gonna lean over towards G'day and tell her that she's welcome to bunk with me.
Sorry, the
'Cause I'm
where
not a complete
joke was
a-hole.
in our other campaign. I had a pneumo
So
summoner
I've been standing
who
there
the
very
dwarves referred to
uncomfortably
as a
wondering what to
werebadger.
do, and leave an audible sigh of relief and say, "Thank you, my lady. I should sleep on the floor, even. It's better than sleeping out in the open, so I appreciate your offer."
I'm gonna stifle my laugh and say, "Of course, I could not leave you out in the cold."
I mean, many have before, but I appreciate your kindness.
That saddens me. And I'm gonna wrap my arm around her shoulder and guide her into the tent or the hut.
I accept this gesture gladly.
So I sit out by the fire and I start lighting the fire and I get it going, and then I take out like some tinkerer's tools and I kind of like you're taking like two wires to you're like hot wiring a car. I start to make these little sparks and this magic energy comes off the tinkerer's tools and you see these runes kind of like take place, and now I'm using one of my things. It's magical tinkering, and so the flames they turn like a little bit blue, and then you see kind of like the Matrix. You see these three lines of runes like kind of floating up in the fire, and they keep going up, and they all look different than each other, but it's just like the same. Each one of the lines is like the same kind of runic phrase kind of going up, and it just disappears, and it goes up and it disappears, and it's the same three, but they all three have different meanings. And then I pull out Friday and I look up at the ruins, and I'm kind of crafting on Friday, with my tinkerer's tools, kind of etching some of this stuff on there.
Okay.
I seeing him start this, I hop off of Gyro's shoulder and I run over to near him, like about 10 feet away from him, and I like get up on my hind legs and I watch him do all of this, and I begin to kind of study it, and then I pull out a book, and you see it's leather-bound, a leatherback book with engravings on the front, and the pages are like brown and really crinkly, as though it's like a very ancient book. And I begin to flip through the pages, and then I look up at what he's doing, and then I begin to flip through the pages, and I look up at what he's doing, and then I finally land on a page, and I begin to scribble notes into it. I watch in amazement and awe at the craftsmanship of his magical architecture. And I'm just like,
Dear boy,
Yeah, yes, sir.
I apologize. I don't mean to interrupt your craftsmanship, which I just want to
Well,
say,
you're not.
quite beautiful indeed.
Yeah, right.
I have often heard of the work of the Stark House, or rather House Stark. I apologize for the mispronunciation. Now, tell me, is this specific one, which are you crafting? Or am I overstepping my bound? I just wish to learn from someone with some
Ah,
religious background.
oh well, they're simple runes. That more or less. I'm learning a little bit more about them each day myself. But this line here means life. That line there means
scurry closer to him.
abundance. You said what?
I said I'd scurry closer to you.
No.
I pull
Yeah,
out
that
a
one
ration and
means-
just start eating it. Like it's popcorn.
This one means, yeah, that one means life. This one means abundance, and this one here means to animate. So, my family, again, known for building weapons of war and artillery, I decided I wanted to make, not weapons per se, but mechanical contraptions that would bring life and prosperity to people. So I'm working on this project right now. I've named her Friday because Friday's the best day of the week, and it gives people life. And
Quite.
and eventually, I think I'm going to be able to put Friday here into a machine, and she'll be able to operate on her own, and she'll be able to send out these. I call them microbots, but they're more or less little tiny. They're little tiny magic runes that are born from Friday here, and they'll basically allow people to feel healthier if you're close by her.
How interesting.
And then you watch as I pull out or rather, I wonder if you're watching. I pull out a dagger,
Don't even
and I go
Whoa.
to my palm, and then
what?
I cut into my palm,
Oh God!
and
I kind of hear the sound. I'm like, what are you doing?
Oh, well,
I sheathe the dagger, and then I go, now watch. And I pull out, I bring two of my fingers onto my palm, and then I pull outward, and a stream of blood begins to pour out. and the blood begins to swirl around my body, and then it snakes upward of my arm, and then lands into this kind of glob that begins to rotate and swirl around and growing larger on my right palm. And I go, though, my friend, the power is strong with my magic.
And then I
Therefore-
reach over and I put my finger on his palm and heal it.
Okay.
I look up, like mid-sentence, I just pause, and then I
No,
look
but
up, and then the blood that was rotating in a glob around my right palm, just splashes on as I lose concentration.
Oh my gosh, man! You're like hurting yourself, man. There's hotlines for that.
I go.
I'm just kidding.
Thank you, Gyro.
So what is that per se?
I apologize.
You're-
Sorry, go ahead.
What is that? What's going on, man? It looks like you're taking your own blood and you're just dancing with your own blood, and it's freaking me out.
Well, yes. Gyro, once again, thank you. My dear
I clearly know
God,
what he does, but what do you do?
I am what is known as I practice the forbidden art of blood hunter magic. This was part of my breaking the lineage of priests that I was telling you about. Yeah, I use my own blood or the blood of others to increase power. So, for instance, one of the spells that I am and incantations that I am currently trying to learn, and I point to the now kind of blood-stained leather book that I was writing in. I go, one of the spells, it actually will increase your magic. It will empower you, or empower that of our companions. But I'm still training in it, and I'm a novice.
Sounds like you have to hurt people and hurt yourself to do it, though.
To gain power, my son, one must take life.
Ah,
Here, and I take my finger and wipe it on my ration and eat it.
you kind of see
Okay.
this. You kind of see this like look of dread go over Varys's face, almost as off his like triggered a memory, and he just kind of sinks a little bit, and he begins to look at excuse me, he begins to look at Lucius with a little bit of discontent now, and
I apologize if I offended you.
oh no, it's okay, it's your thing.
Listen, this path I did not choose. It was forced upon me.
How so?
For someone so young. And I lean in. You are quite inquisitive.
And I kind of lean in as if he's like pulling my shoulder with his feet.
We don't have to talk about it. I'll just go back to studying. And he pulls up Friday and he starts continuing to do his thing.
While this is all happening, good day, Virina. What are you two doing?
So I lean into my lady and I say, "So who shall take first watch? I'll watch over you as you sleep, but we shouldn't do this unprotected."
I'm going to wink at G'day, misunderstanding what she means. I'm gonna say, as flattered as I am of you saying that, I'll have to decline. I'm saving myself for another.
My lady.
And then I'll
what
blush
on
and
earth?
look down.
I mean to keep us safe. We're in a strange village. What are you talking about?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at
I
all.
also blush.
Maybe we should go to the campfire and decide this as a group. And then I'm gonna walk out of the hut.
I stay right exactly where I am, keeping watch on the hut to make sure no one comes in.
Alright. As you all kind of gather around the campfire, as the sun continues to settle down, the bright orange light that was filling the trees before begins to dim into a very, almost a dark yellow. As this happens, I want everyone to go ahead and roll a perception.
Aw, crap.
I was literally just gonna ask, like, can I look around while they're talking? Also,
Including me?
Yep.
also,
Wow.
I want you to know,
Everybody.
John, it's coming.
Uh-oh.
Ready. my crook body is ready for it, buddy.
Oh my gosh. What are we talking about here?
You mind your business. She's like, I will stand watch.
That's the wrong one.
Saying nothing.
It was close, though. It was close. You're getting there.
Alright. Good day, and
Yes.
Varys,
I didn't-
you
Did
two
I
are
roll?
very tied up in
Oh my
what
gosh,
you're
why do you get
doing
that way?
at the campfire. Lucius, Virina, you two, you two
And all the
notice as a dark-haired woman is approaching and is now crossing the bridge. She appears to be carrying a basket of fruit, as well as another basket with some loose cloth on top. As this woman approaches, you notice that she is wearing a simple white dress. It appears to be in rather good condition and relatively clean from any sort of stains. As you look this woman up and down, she is of an average build, perhaps a little bit more on the muscular side though. She walks over and is now right behind you all. What do you all do? Well, rather, what do Lucius and Varina do?
Do I feel her or notice her? Oh, wait, I noticed her, right?
Yes, you noticed her approaching.
All right, then I'm going to fully face her,
Okay.
observe the basket, and reply, "Is this for us?"
This woman stares at you, almost with a very stern look on her face, almost as if she's attempting to gauge all 5 of you. She proceeds to ignore your request, walk over to the campfire, and set both of the baskets down on a stump, and then proceed to walk away back towards the chief's hut.
Oh, okay then. Thank you. We certainly appreciate that. Goodbye. She's not very nice, guys.
Alright, what are you all doing?
I'm gonna go kind of poke at the baskets.
Okay.
Is Vera still distracted?
So right now, so you have all noticed now that this woman has come up and dropped off 2 baskets. So yes, you do.
Then I'm gonna go inspect the baskets.
Okay. You go over to Gyro. You go ahead and walk over to the baskets. In one basket on the right, you notice an assortment of different fruit. Bananas, pineapples, mangoes, even a couple of guavas are in there as well. You go to the other basket and you lift the cloth off of the top. There appears to be a couple of loaves of bread.
I'm on his shoulder. So I hop down and I grab the loaves of bread.
Okay.
Like I hop into the basket and I grab the loaves of bread and I hoist them up and I gesture to them. Are they the same loaves of bread or are they different?
Go ahead and roll an investigation.
Aye.
Excuse me.
Investigation.
Can I
No.
assist?
Where's the Oh, there it is. Right here. All right. That's a 15, DM.
All right. Yeah, so as you peruse the bread within the basket, a couple of them look to be of different colors. You've seen these before back from your hometown and as well as in your travels up to this point. A couple of the loaves are of a white bread, and a few of them are a rye bread.
Hey, Gyro.
Huh.
Which bread would you like, my friend? There's a rye, and then there's white.
Oh.
I hear them talking, and I kind of softly say,
Can
"Any
I?
meat in that bag?"
Yeah. Is there any meat in the basket?
You did not find any meat.
I'm thinking these fruits look a little bit better.
No meat, but there's rye bread and there's white bread, and there's some fruits.
Can I inspect the fruits?
Yeah?
Unfortunate.
I'm sorry. Oh boy.
Ah, if you wouldn't mind, I'll just take some bread. And
Which
just
one?
It doesn't matter. No meat. It doesn't matter.
I grab the
And you
white.
can tell he's a little annoyed that there's no meat. He's very annoyed that there's no meat.
All right, you take it, Gyro. You take a look at the fruit basket, and from what you can tell, you can recognize out of all of the 5 different fruits, you recognize 2 of them: the bananas and the pineapples.
I'm gonna eat the bananas.
How many are you eating?
I'm eating all of the bananas.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Gyro reaches into the fruit basket and pulls out a small bundle of 6 bananas, and then proceeds to. Do you peel them?
Oh yeah, we're gonna peel them, but for sure we're eating all.
All right, so you pull up the bundle of bananas, and using your nail, you place a quick slice into the tips of all of them, and
You
you
know
just begin
Gyro
peeling
Mountain?
them one at a time and just devouring them.
He's a modern day King K. Rool. He's no better than King K.
Right?
Rool.
Are you actually a crocodile?
Yeah.
I scurry over and I deliver the bread, white bread, to Varys, and then I drop it off, and then I scurry back over to Bud.
I take it and smile.
Like, here you go, old boy.
Meanwhile, I'm watching the squirrel interact with the food in hopes of seeing him stuff his cheeks.
I scurry back over to the basket, grab the rye bread, and then I grabbed some what were the fruit contents?
Mango, pineapple,
Mango, pineapple, and
banana.
All right, so there's no more.
Guava.
Yep. Mango. So I grabbed some mango and pineapple, and then I run it back over to Varys, and I go,
I don't mean to intrude, but if you're going to be on a team, I insist that you keep up on your vitamin. We can't have you getting scurvy out there or anything.
Look at him. I look at him, and I kind of sneer, kind of a little bit. There's no meat. How do you expect me to say? This is when you kind of finally see him get a little more indignant, like he was before, and like, there's no meat. How do you expect me to be healthy without any meat?
I don't know what to say. And then I just drop some pineapple.
It's fine. It's fine. I don't mean to take it out on you. It's fine. I'll just take a guava. Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I hand him one, and then I scurry away and look back very quickly, and then just keep running. And then I deliver some. I run over to the hut that I saw G'day go into.
Mm-hmm.
And I as I arrive to the hut, I knock, and I'm like,
Excuse me, ma'am, good day.
So, being naturally suspicious, I have not left the hut. I am still sitting in the entrance of it, watching Lady Virina. And so, at the entrance of Lucius, I do gratefully accept the fruit, but look at it very suspiciously, and I'm hesitant to eat it.
Oh no.
Well, you see, I understand your hesitation, but our Dragonborn friend went ahead and dug in before all of us and ate all of the bananas, so he seems to be fine.
Yes, but he also seemed to have eaten one single type of one single thing, and this is something different. And there's nothing like this in my swamp, so I think I'm gonna sit here and eat rations and make sure my lady stays safe.
Right. Well,
You eat it first, and then I'll eat some.
I walk forward and hesitantly pick up a piece of fruit, which would be mango,
Okay.
and I sniff it. Can I roll a nature check? Or a
Yeah,
survival
go for it. Go
check?
ahead and roll nature.
Okay.
Plus, some poisons take some time for a person to drop dead. We don't even know if the dragon has yet to encounter such things.
right. Completely understand.
That'd be a 7 DM.
Yep. As you smell the mango, nothing about it smells or seems off. You kind of rotate it in your hand, but you don't notice like any incisions or anything of the like. What do?
I take a bite.
All right, you take a bite. The sweet and delicious flavor of mango floods your mouth, this mango appears to be almost at the peak of its ripeness as the flavor overtakes you and you feel very, very content and happy.
My, this fruit is succulent. I insist you have some, my friend.
And I hold it up to her.
As I trust you, comrade, I will take a bite and I eat the mango.
Same thing. You bite into the mango. The flavors just rush against your tongue and all over your mouth. This mango is of pristine texture as you chew it, and the flavor just overwhelms you. It is very delicious.
I dare say it's like an orgasm in your mouth.
Oh dear. I've been watching
Even
this whole.
better, sir.
Megan, I love you.
I blush from a distance. Oh dear.
You know, that squirrel's always looking for a nut.
Everyone roll perception.
Yeah, nice.
I noticed that everyone's really enjoying these mangoes, so I let out like a small whistle. I said, and one of my little mechanical contraptions flies out of my bag and goes over to the basket. Kind of, you see these little blades fall out from the bottom of it, and it kind of stabs into it, picks it up, and flies back over to me.
Okay.
He gives it to me and goes back in the bag.
All right.
What?
Take a bite.
I am completely amazed by what I've just seen.
Where are my
And
perception
in-
rolls?
Oh, perception.
Oh,
Yes, perception, everybody.
Sorry.
Oh,
Oh,
I didn't
Sorry.
hear you say that.
I didn't hear it either. I'm sorry.
You're good.
I heard it and I thought you were joking.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Good day. She is just caught up in the mango, baby.
Hey, it's probably best because she really is not a fan of sorcery.
What the freak?
Oh, how did you get like two completely opposite ends of the spectrum right there?
As this is all happening, Gyro and Lucius, you two notice that the woman that had dropped off the 2 baskets before is now making her way over with a wooden tray.
DM.
Gyro, you in particular, yes, one sec. Gyro, you in particularly notice that what appears to be on this tray is meat. Go ahead, Lucius.
Really quick, out of character. Eddie,
Yes.
are you adding your wisdom modifier in your perception check?
Big fat 0.
Oh goodness.
You
Nice.
have no wisdom?
You have no wisdom.
He's 19 and naive, guys.
Oh my
He
god.
don't know shit. He's a book smart.
All right.
Oh my god.
Sorry about that.
You're good.
No, I'm glad you asked. More character building.
So I noticed that this is meat. Can I inspect the meat?
The lady is still walking the meat tray over to you.
Oh.
I just love the idea.
Go ahead.
I just love the idea of this dragonborn sitting there with just stuffing his face full of banana after banana after banana.
And he sees meat. And so I see the meat and I snap my head over there. And you're not on my shoulder anymore, right?
No.
Okay. So I run over to this lady and I'm like, excuse me, do you want me to help you carry this delicious piece of whatever you're carrying? And I'm now walking with her, kind of gesturing the same things that I was doing with the smoke signals, but
I'm
trying
bad
to
at
tell
doing
her,
this.
but I'm trying to tell her that I'll help her carry it. So
As you attempt to come up and assist this lady, you kind of notice that she kind of takes a small step to the side as you're trying to get closer. Do you continue to try to get closer?
no. I mean, I'll back off a little bit, but I'm still like trying to get that. I'm trying to get that. If she wants to give it to me, she needs to give it to me.
That sounds all.
Alright, as you kind of back off, kind of watching her kind of keep her distance to an extent, she continues walking forward, and similarly to where she had placed the 2 baskets before, she lays down the tray of meat and begins walking back from whence she came.
Thank you again, ma'am. We appreciate it. Okay, goodbye.
You watch as this woman stops right before crossing the bridge, and you hear her say, "I don't know why Chief Bao has let you in to this village. Monsters haven't been here for years. But that doesn't mean I'm not wary to what monsters come in the shape of humans." And then she continues to walk off.
Did we hear that?
You did.
I just want to know, who is she talking about? Because I think G'day is the only human here. I don't know, but
I'm humanoid.
that means
I'm
that
a
somebody.
half-elf.
Yeah.
Oh,
She's
well,
this woman is. You get the sense that this woman is generalizing.
okay. Okay, fair enough.
All right. What do you all do?
I want to
noticed
inspect the
the
meat.
Did you both say you're gonna eat?
No, I'm inspecting it. I want to smell it. I want to smell it and make sure it's not poisoned or anything.
All right. Roll insight. Or no. Yeah. Yeah. Insight.
Oh God! Please don't do that.
I begin to scurry back over to.
Uh,
Oh, go ahead.
I already rolled it.
He's sad.
All right.
You'll see outside the hut.
Gyro, as you attempt to inspect the meat, you get close and you smell it, and you get this really strong craving that you need to, quote unquote, taste the meat. But as far as what you can tell, this meat looks perfectly normal. No tampering. It just looks really, really good.
I'm gonna at least take a couple pieces of meat and go cook it on the fire.
Okay.
Is it already cooked?
It is already
I-
cooked.
I want it a little more well done.
Disengage away from the scrambling squirrel, looks towards day.
Okay, so the little flying thing comes out of my bag again. I notice the meat, and you see this big smile just overtake his face, like ear to ear, just huge smile. And he sets down Friday, and he puts down his tinkering tools, and he clasps his hands together, and he's patiently waiting for his flying mechanical creature to stab its little knife things into the piece of meat and bring it back over to him. And he just opens his hands like this, and it drops right in his hand. The creature goes right back into his bag, and he just sniffs it. Oh, God. And then he begins to eat it.
All right. As you bite into the meat, the skin as it passes your lips, almost feels as if it peels right off of the bone. You get a sense that you know what type of meat this is. It appears to be pork. You get the small hints of the gaminess, but the overall flavor and the seasoning of this meat almost completely blurs the taste of the game itself.
It's perfectly cooked, guys. It's perfectly cooked. You see him begin to swoon a little bit as he continues to eat. You kind of get the feeling that maybe he has maybe he's a little obsessed with meat.
Somebody's gonna trick him with meat. You casually backflip over to Varys.
As she does that, I was scurrying back over towards Gyro, seeing him kind of run off towards the meat. I comment,
Those giants and their carnivorous ways.
and then I run up and I begin to gnaw on some more mango. And then seeing it take place and seeing how Varys becomes so engrossed in the meat, the thought of,
See? He might be a were creature. I must watch out for it.
crosses my
Is he
mind
saying this
again.
out loud, or is this just in?
No, it just crosses my mind.
Okay.
All right.
Do I notice him getting a little uncomfortable?
I am just because I am.
Go ahead
I
and
am
roll
just
perception.
watching you. I'm just watching
At disadvantage.
You, but I'm also I'm also eating my mango, like just staring at you.
He said roll disadvantage with. Oh. Oh, hold on. Where'd I go? Okay, there I am. Okay. I hope that was the right one.
Yep, that was.
Oh no! Today thinks that you're a fish person.
All right.
Living in this
There
swamp
is.
my whole life, I'm a naturally suspicious
As
person.
you are so engrossed in the deliciousness of this meat that you are eating, you fail to realize the Lucius, the squirrel person, just kind of sitting to the side by the fruit basket, looking at you like, what the fuck? And you proceed to continue eating your meat.
Guys, I just want to let you guys know I haven't had a good piece of meat since I left home, and one of the things Mom used to make us all the time, it was a lot like this. This is great, guys.
As you all continue to eat the food that has been graciously provided to you, the sun continues to roll down upon the palm trees and the other trees in the vicinity as darkness begins to settle in and the stars shine brightly above you. Everyone, go ahead and roll another perception for me.
Can I just take 10?
Give me a roll.
You know it's bad.
All right, Gyro and Virina. As the night begins to settle in, and you all begin to start making yourselves comfortable now that you've had good food and some time to kind of rest and relax, you watch as the woman approaches one more time and crosses the bridge before standing just on the other side. What do you two do?
I get up and offer her one of my pieces of meat. Did you want to sit with us and eat?
While he's asking that, I'm going to walk over and how do you say, like, wrap my arm around her arm and kind of guide her, the lady. Is she holding anything?
She is not.
Is she there?
Say what?
Is she there still?
No, she just came back.
No.
You would have noticed if you were paying attention, but you were too busy eating your.
You're engrossed in the mango.
So yeah, I'm gonna walk up. I'm gonna wrap my arm on her, or interlock our arms together,
Okay.
and kind of guide her towards the fire so that she can sit with us. And as we're walking, I'm going to say, "Well, my dear, thank you so much for all of this wonderful food. My comrades can't help but be enveloped in its delightfulness. I just wonder, what is your name so I can properly thank you?"
As she says that, I'm like, I'm trying to say, "Oh yes, thank you," but it just comes out muffled like that.
All right, so as Gyro approaches the woman and attempts to offer her some meat and to come sit with us, he watches as she just looks him up and down and complete stone face just says no.
Oh.
As Virina comes over and attempts to intermingle with this woman and be super friendly and touchy. Virina, go ahead and roll perception for me.
Oh boy.
You're gonna start a fight.
Whoa!
All right. As you attempt to swing your arm around her,
You're gonna
you
die.
feel a bit of a sharp pain coming from your left arm. As you look over, you see that the woman's arm has reached up around to where yours was going to land, and your arm has stuck into a dagger. You take 1 point of piercing damage.
So, since my whole thing has been sitting here and watching Lady Irina, can I lunge forward in defense of her honor?
You can certainly try.
Oh,
Just know that
boy.
it will be at a hard disadvantage because you have both Virina and Gyro in front of you, or between you and this woman.
Can I use my stealth advantage?
You can certainly try.
Oh boy.
Very nice.
I can certainly try.
All right. Well, while this woman is busy, distracted by both Gyro and Virina, you easily kind of creep out of line of sight. What would you like to do?
I think that I would like to, if possible, pop up in between them and say, "You shall not treat my lady like this."
I love it.
Okay. Let me grab. Okay. You successfully sneak around the backs of both Gyro and Virina, and you swoop in between this woman and your two comrades, and you say, "Go ahead."
You shall not treat my lady like this. I saw your dagger pierce her.
Roll perception. Very nice.
Yes.
All
Good
right.
shit,
As you
dude.
pop up in between Virina and this woman and tell her, "You shall not treat my lady like this," you get a chill that runs down your spine. As you look down, you can see that her other hand is poised with another dagger that is pointed at you. The woman looks you in the eyes and says, I trust no one. Keep your distance. Leave the villagers alone. Speak with Bao in the morning. And she kind of ducks down beneath Virina's hand, or arm rather, puts her daggers away, and begins to walk away.
I'm gonna look at my hand.
I
Or my
almost
arm.
pulled out a sword. I almost pulled out a sword.
I'm gonna step over to G'day and say, I'm alright. I believe some people are more or less like a cactus. You can't get too close.
You can't get too close. And at this point, I think it's best for us to retire.
I agree. And I'm going to grab a mango and a piece of meat.
Okay.
And a piece of bread and follow the day into the hut.
All right. Gyro, Lucius, and what? Yeah. Varys. Sorry, it'll take me a minute to get your name right.
I seeing the others begin to retire. I take my place next to Varys at the campfire. I pull out my leather-bound journal or leather-bound book and begin to start studying. And I position myself kind of watching and studying Varys as well as he continues to tinker away.
Okay.
Taking notes and just trying to kind of secretly steal a little bit of knowledge, what I can from him as he tinkers.
Okay.
But I also begin to watch for moments where I can ask questions as well.
Okay. Varys, Gyro, what are you two doing?
I mean, I don't know. I don't trust nobody now, so I'm not going to sleep. I'm not retiring anywhere. I'm just going to sit down next to the campfire and pretend like nothing happened.
As you approach, I'm like, there you are. Right, come, let us partake. And I pull out a pipe, and you see this. It's a very small pipe, and I put some. I pull out a little pouch.
Okay.
And I open the pouch, and I begin to put this green herb into this pipe.
All right.
So what looks like elvish tobacco.
Yes, it's elvish tobacco. And I look at the pipe and I go, no, that's not right. And then I pull on the pipe and it elongates, and then I kind of form it, and then you watch as it becomes like this long cobra, and the mouth of the cobra is where like the bowl of the pipe is, and then I fill it, and then I light, and I take
Wait.
Yes.
That's Elvis grass, correct? It has medicinal properties. Would you mind if I take a little bit
Well, I was
so that I can use it for some of my research?
I was going to offer some, but yeah, absolutely, please.
And I hand him the pouch.
All right.
I only need just a few samples. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Of course, take as much as you need.
And then I'm like,
Is there anyone else that would like some?
Try it. So I'm gonna try to grab this. How big is this pipe?
actually very tiny.
In comparison to everyone else.
Yeah.
It just-
So I'm gonna
Like toothpick
attempt
sized.
to grab it with my 2 nails, and
Okay, go ahead and make a strength check.
oh, Jesus.
Oh god, I know what's gonna happen. No!
You could break the squirrel's pipe.
Don't worry, in a level or two, I'll be able to fix it.
All right, you pick up this small wooden-looking pipe, and you use the most careful of ease to make sure you do not apply too much pressure. What do you do with the pipe?
I don't know. What am I supposed to do with this thing? Lucius?
Sorry, I was just like daydreaming. I was staring at the fire, and I was like,
Sorry. So you just here.
and I kind of like hop up on his lap, and then I take this stick, and it looks like just a simple twig, and then I strike it against my paw, and it lights.
Okay.
And then I put it over the bowl, and I say,
Put it in, and then take a long breath inward.
Do you do this, Gyro?
I do.
Okay.
1000%.
Go ahead and roll a Constitution. Oh, very
Wow.
nice.
nicely done.
Thank God.
All right, Gyro. As you're holding this little tiny toothpick of a pipe up to your mouth, as Lucius crawls up and lights the tip of it, you inhale as much as you can through the small pipe itself. And the embers within the tip of the pipe have remained this reddish, putting off this nice glow until the glow eventually just stops and you are still attempting to inhale. You hold it in for a second and then you exhale. You claim that you've never tried this before, but you managed to do it with relative ease. Take it away.
It is the nicest elvish grass available.
Well, wow, this is very interesting. Very interesting indeed. It's very calming.
Well, yes, only the finest. Yeah. And only the finest for you.
I then kind of reach for the pouch back. And I'm like,
Barrister, are you finished taking what you need?
Barris?
He seems like he's a little contact high. kind of nodding off a little bit. He just starts to sleep. Yeah, I've taken the longer short rest now.
All right.
I then kind of like clamber over, and I go, "Oh, take that back," and I just pluck the pouch, and then I hop off and go. Well, it seems our friend has made bed out here. Do you suppose we bunk out here as well? We'll chat. And I look
Yeah.
up at
100%.
Gyro.
100%.
All right. Would you like me to take first watch or you?
I'll take first watch.
Well then, I curl up on his lap and then just like wrap my towel around my head, and then I begin to just go, wake me if you need anything.
And then
And
I'm going to pull out my sword and then put my shield over his body.
All right. All right then. All right. So, as Gyro is keeping the first watch, the time begins to slip as he begins to feel really relaxed. The time just appears to fly by. Gyro sits there at the fire, both Lucius and Varys nodding gently nearby. Gyro, I need a perception check, please.
And good day as she's watching in the hut.
Well, she's inside the hut. Am I correct, G'day?
No, the position that I took was as a guard sitting at the entrance of the hut looking out.
Okay, so you're right outside the hut.
Yeah, right outside looking out at what's going on with the people at the fire.
Okay, go ahead and give me a perception check as well then.
Dang. Maybe I should just...
Alright. Gyro, as you're keeping watch...
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
You're good. As you're keeping watch, you're making sure that you keep an eye on the other side of the bridge and the surrounding area of the forest. As you sit watch, you don't notice anything that really stands out. You still have your guard up as you are waiting for anything unexpected. Good day. As you are standing guard by the hut, you look out over the landscape itself. You don't see anything, but you do sense a newly familiar presence, as if it is keeping an eye on you.
I'm going to choose to not react, assuming that this is the presence of the old man.
Okay. As time continues to pass by, you watch as the stars above you slowly drift by as the world rotates around you. 4 hours have now passed since everyone has gone to bed, leaving G'day and Gyro to keep watch. What would you two like to do?
I mean,
Well,
I
at
guess...
this point...
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, at this point, I feel like I made a contract with Lady Virena that I would keep first watch, so I'd probably go poke her awake and say, hey, I need to go to sleep.
Alright. You do so. Irina, how do you react?
I am going to snap to attention, look at her and gain my bearings and say, yes.
I kept first watch. It's I need to go to sleep now. It's your turn.
Okay, thank you so much. And I'm going to stand, stretch, and look around.
All right. Gyro, what are you doing?
I'm gonna kind of tap Lucius on his head a little bit
Okay.
and wake him up.
Yes, yes. Awake, I'm awake.
Yeah. It's your turn though. You know what I'm saying? I think you've been sleeping long enough.
Yeah, 5 more minutes, please.
No.
Just five more minutes, please.
Okay. But this is gonna be a third favor that you're gonna owe me.
No. Wait, I still need to pay back the other two before we get any further in debt. You drive a hard bargain. How about this?
World's an indentured servant.
I go, wait a second. I have a win-win situation for both of us. And I scurry over. I hop off of his lap and I scurry over, and then I crawl on top of Varys, and I begin to like push his head, and I'm like, wake up, wake up! It's your turn. Wake up! And then I like get into his ear, and I like go like this.
And I kind of swish back really hard. Still sleeping.
I said, wake up!
What?
It's your turn to take watch.
What? What?
It's your turn to take watch.
What do you mean? It's my turn to take watch. What?
Do you want to die while you sleep?
No, of course not. I mean, why would I die while I'm asleep?
Because we are in unfriendly territory. It's your turn.
So aggressive.
These people are nice, guys.
No,
the lady poked the other lady because she got too close.
I overheard the ladies telling me that they wanted to hurt you specifically.
Really? Why me? Like, I've done nothing.
I don't know. They said that you are friends with hooligans or some sort. But I
don't. All right. Look. Okay. I'm up now. I guess I'll just work. More work.
It's important. Listen to me. Look at me. And I grab him by the chin, and then I try to pull your face towards me, and you're looking right in my black beady eyes. And I'm like, listen to me. It is very important. It is imperative that you understand the lesson that I'm trying to teach you.
Yes, sir.
You are in unfriendly territory.
Okay.
You have to keep us safe while we sleep.
Why did I suddenly become responsible for all you guys? Like,
why did we become responsible for you? We have each other's back.
Squirrel, touche. Okay. I'm
just for 4 hours. Just for 4 hours.
4 hours.
4 hours. And then you can wake up. And I look over at Gyro.
Mm-hmm.
And then I look back at Varys and I go, and I lower my voice and I go, and then you can wake up Gyro.
What?
And he will take the next.
You guys do this for each other on a regular basis?
Yes, of course. would you like a knife to your rear end while you sleep, son?
Oh,
Trust
I just
me.
don't understand.
Listen.
Okay.
I traveled upon a ship once, and there was an elf, and she summoned ice knives and attacked.
On a boat, and there's no elf with ice knife. Oh, look.
I saw it myself. So it is imperative that you keep us safe and alert us in the event that anything such like that happens.
Okay. Okay. I've never really been in a group like this. I don't know. Okay. All right. Let me break this down. I
Nice
study, I study for X amount of hours, get contact high from you guys, then get woken up and have to watch you guys now?
By the way,
It's only
on
4
that
hours.
note, yes, it's only 4 hours, and if I could, I would like for you to potentially craft me some sort of metallic pipe to replace one for for my friend here.
Now I'm a short order blacksmith? What the
No,
heck?
no. You are our friend.
Okay, look. All right, okay. You know what? I'm good. Friday and we need to hang out. Is there any more meat left? I'll just take some meat,
Yep.
and I'll have a piece of bread, and I'll just work on Friday. Whooshes his hands together. The flames turn orange this time, and the ruins come out of the flames again. They look kind of crazy, and they're different than the ones that were before. And yeah, I'll keep watch, but I won't work too hard on Friday, and I'll watch and make sure you guys are safe. That's what
And
you're
by-
asking me to do, right, Lucius?
By this time, I've already laid down on my shield, and I'm now cuddling with my sword.
I look at Varys and I go, yes, exactly, my boy.
Okay. I can do this. I can do this, Lucius. I'm sorry. I'm not a morning person, and
No,
it
no.
feels like it's morning.
You are fantastic. You are doing wonderfully. I applaud you for someone your age to take such an adventure. I am truly amazed. And with that, though, I will leave you to that. By the way, you must teach me that trick with the flames and such. And then I hop off of him, and then I turn to him, and I fist over my heart salute him.
Okay.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
And then I just scurry off, and then I curl back up with Gyro, and I begin to fall back fast asleep.
All right.
I notice Lady Virina, right?
Yes.
Sorry about that. I'm just really not a morning person. I study a lot through the night, and I'm just not used to this watch thing, and I don't know. I'm sorry.
It's quite all right. We just keep an eye out for anything suspicious, dangerous, deadly, dangerous, or
Dangerous.
Have you guys been traveling together a while? Kind of sounds like you have.
we've only just met but a day ago, and yeah, I guess we're close. As close as strangers can be over one night, I mean.
I guess quite the bonding experiences would do that to you. I guess this is one of those, and I should just take it as it is, right?
Absolutely. You're quite young and you have an opportunity to learn from each of us here, and us of learning of you, and all of your Darkness ways.
Good day is funny.
He's sleeping. Hold on.
I'm gonna take a gaze around just to see if anything's out there.
All right. Yep. So as the shifts switch and the night begins to tail on, okay, we've got Virina's perception. Let's get a Varys perception as well.
Come on, buddy. Big numbers. Big numbers.
Yeah.
She's like, definitely fish man.
Oof. All right.
Still young and dumb, guy.
Varys, as the night proceeds to drag on throughout the 4-hour shift that you've been kind of forced into, you continue to work on Friday, paying not much mind to the area around you as you are so engrossed in your work. Virina, you on the other hand are keeping a sharp eye out, watching the bushes and the trees, just to make sure nothing appears to be out of place. As you're studying about, you almost feel like almost like a shock from the spot where the woman's dagger had penetrated into your arm. You get a sense that her eyes are narrowed down on you, but she is not close.
Okay.
What do you do? You what?
I'm fully aware of this spell.
You're fully aware that you feel like this woman is watching you from a distance.
Oh man. I'm gonna look over to Varys and say, you ever feel like you're being watched?
You know, when I left home, I did feel like my dad definitely still had his people out looking for me. Every once in a while, I get a feeling, but I don't anymore. Why?
I just feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end, as if someone is just beyond reach and I can't see them.
Well, that is never really felt like that, but that's pretty alarming. How long you been feeling like that?
I don't know, I just feel suddenly like that, and a little uncomfortable. You don't feel like that now?
No, not in the slightest. I mean, yeah, no.
Okay. Maybe it's just me. And I'm going to look at my hand and kind of shake it off.
Okay.
And look towards the hut. And you said the 4 hours passed?
So
Hey.
at this point, the 2 hours has passed. The
Okay,
sun
cool.
is starting to peek over the ridge.
Hey, you know, I got something that might take the edge off a little bit if you.
Now, by edge, do you mean pain?
Yeah, it's a little magical in nature. So my little contraptions here, much like I did earlier with Lucius, will give you a little shock, and it kind of sends a little bit of guidance to whatever parts of your body need need some relaxation.
Okay. This is all quite new to me. I guess let's give it a try. And I'm gonna stare directly into his eyes and whisper, "This better not do anything else."
Yeah, nothing else. Little flying comes out of the bag, and it just kind of lands on her hand and just kind of pokes her, and see the little runes crawl up her arm, and it's like a soothing touch, and then you see the runes kind of just drop into your skin and disappear.
Watch these runes form and kind of like pull a pull my body away from my arm, kind of like Neo watching his hands get covered by the mirror, and like just kind of continue to observe what's happening with my body itself.
Yeah, like I said, sometimes I use it to give me a little more of a pickup during my late night study sessions when I'm off to a big discovery. And so sometimes I just need something to keep me up just a little bit longer to kind of help push those discoveries. Yeah.
Quite the growing scholar, aren't you? Always in your books.
Well, I got to, if I want to make this world a better place and, leave it better than I found it, you got to study.
Quite noble of you. I do applaud your determination and naivety. It's adorable.
Naivety.
Well, that's how Stark for you. We are hard workers. I come from a family of hard workers. That is what I will give my family. Diligent to the bone, and we never back down from a fight. Now the naivety part, I take a little offense to that, but you're right.
Ah, youth, how lovely it is.
Do I kind of figure how old Virina is? Like, she's the half elf?
No, she is not a half elf.
My apologies, I have not described myself. I am about 5'9", medium brown skin and medium build, a little muscular, with snow white hair down to her mid back, and blue eyes with white pupils. And you cannot tell her age.
Do I know what race she is?
Oh, I'm an wait.
ASMR?
ASMR.
Angelic celestial.
Yep.
Yeah.
Celestial. Okay. I appear like a human though.
Okay, you appear like a human, but you don't have like any like glowy stuff coming off of you.
Not at all.
Okay. Oh. Okay.
Alright. As you two make small talk throughout the remainder of your shift, the sun continues to climb from up and over the ridge, casting its brightness and warmth down onto all of you as you relax. As the sun finally reaches and stands above the tree line, you watch as the woman approaches again once more and crossing the bridge. She is currently carrying a basket full of bread, a small bowl of what appears to be cheese in one hand. In the other hand, she's carrying a jug. It appears to be steaming a little bit of this brown liquid. She walks over to the stump, and places the items down onto it before turning around and walking back across the bridge from whence she came.
I was watching her approach and departure the entire time and said nothing. I'm gonna turn to Varys and say, she's really pleasant, isn't she?
Not in the slightest. You were. I said that out loud, didn't I?
Yeah.
You both
Yeah.
watch as the woman stops on the other side of the bridge and kind of turns to speak over her shoulder. Chief Bao will see you shortly. Enjoy this meal before you leave. And then she stops for a second, shakes her head, and then walks away.
Gotta love that purely pleasant attitude from locals.
Yeah, the people in my village were much nicer than her. You guys should come there sometime.
Only if you accompany us. I think it would be best to have a proper escort who knows the
Most
village.
definitely. Yeah, most definitely.
You would be comfortable with that, being that you ran away. I mean, ventured off on your own.
Well, so my village is my second home. I'll always have a home at House Stark, but the village is my second home because I'm on my own adventure away from home.
A very wonderful time for you to adventure. A good time in your life to discover things is when you're young. I'm going to keep making young references as much as possible, just so you know.
As the sun rises, do I have I woken up?
So, Lucius and Gyro, you both feel the warmth of the sun as it comes down and begins to caress your skin. The blinding light kind of stirs you both from your slumber. G'day. Yeah, we'll go ahead and say that you've woken up as well and are beginning to make your way out of the hut. Lucius, Gyro, G'day, what are you all doing?
I guess I'll walk down to the campfire to join my comrades.
Alright. You walk out of the hut and you are now greeted by, well, you now see all of your comrades kind of gathered around the campfire. You look and you see on the stump that there is a basket with bread sticking out of it, as well as the bowl that appears to be that holds what you would assume to be some sort of cheese. And you also spot the jug with steam slowly rising out of it.
I want to know what's in the jug. Good coffee.
Right. I don't know. I guess I'll inspect the food.
Alright, go ahead and roll investigation.
And we don't know yet if, or at least I don't know yet, the village chief wants to see it soon. Only Virina and Varys know that.
We'll go ahead and say that you had kind of woken up, at least mentally, and you had heard this woman say that.
Okay. And you said roll which check, sorry?
Investigation.
Yeah.
Can I investigate with him if the jug is coffee?
Oh,
You can certainly roll an investigation, yeah.
yeah. Please do roll that. Yeah, because
That was a nice try, though.
Uh,
Alright. Gyro and Varys, you both... Gyro, you specifically go and you take a look at the bread and the cheese before making your way over to the jug and to kind of get a good look at it. Varys, you also look at the contents of the jug. You get a sense that you may know what this is, but you can't quite exactly put your finger on it, even though you are 90% sure you know what this is. Gyro, on the other hand, this looks like brown steaming water to you.
yes. Okay.
I'm pretty sure this is coffee, guys. You, us Arcanists, we live off coffee. Pop out a mug and get the jug all ready and pour it out. And
I'm just gonna take a piece of bread and dip it in the coffee.
Yep, you pick up the loaf of bread and you put it into the liquid, and as bread does with most liquids, begins to get really soggy.
I mean, I take it out and eat it with coffee. It's soaked in it. But yeah.
Yep. You take a bite of your liquid-soaked bread, and it's a little bitter to your taste. It kind of takes you by surprise, as you weren't expecting that, as you had a very, very drastically different idea of what it could potentially be.
Hey there. Subscribe to my channel.
So now we're all just gonna have to go see this village guy.
Yep. As you all kind of gather around, you grab some pieces of bread and you cut off some pieces of cheese, and you enjoy this very surprisingly nice and delicious tasting breakfast. About 45 minutes to an hour passes to your guys' estimate. What do you all do?
Eat.
You eat more?
Well,
I'm gonna close my eyes for a little while as I wait for everyone else to finish.
well, guys, I think as soon as we're done with breakfast here, the village chief was ready to see us. Balfaro. Is he the village chief? I don't know, but he wants to see us.
Indeed.
I mean, I'm down to go. We can go right now. This coffee is really starting to hit me. We should really do this.
Yeah, I begin to seem a little brighter after my cup of coffee.
Alright, so what are you all doing?
Go around to see. I'm gonna pull out my sword and my shield, and I'm gonna walk down there aggressively.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
I am also walking with abandon, even though I have not partaken in the coffee.
Alright. Varina, Lucius, Varys?
I am on the shoulder of Gyro.
Alright.
I'm going to stand up slowly and follow the group.
I whistle, and my little drone thing comes out again, and it lands on the shoulder of Miss Virina, just in case you need it again. And I follow closely behind Gyro and Lucius.
Okay.
I'm gonna nod to Varys with regard to his strange device that flutters onto my shoulder, and continue walking.
All
Day
right.
still thinks he's a fish person, so.
All right. As you all walk back
That I do,
towards
and he will have to prove
towards
me
the
wrong.
chief's hut, as you make your way around the corner and across the bridge, you all look over and you see Chief Bao sitting back in his usual where he was sitting yesterday, hands on top of his cane. I see. Good morning. I take it you all had a peaceful night.
Peaceful is correct.
Sorta.
He looks at you inquisitively, Varys, and says, Sorta? Could you please explain what you mean by that?
Well, one of your people attacked one of my people with no provocation. It just seemed a little off.
Let me guess. Female, black hair, very stern look, quick reflexes.
Very quick reflexes, if I do say so myself.
Yeah.
Don't worry, that's Naomi. She means no harm. She helps me protect the village when it is necessary, even though it is not quite needed, but she can be very useful in a pinch. So please, I apologize for her behavior. She meant no harm.
Quite all right. What type of Oh my gosh, I lost the word. I'm sorry. Is she just the kitchen maid, or does she have a higher purpose in the village? Is that why she was so upset?
Oh no, she's been with me as my right-hand fighter for a number of decades at this point. Kinda lost track. But she is a very, very skilled fighter. Probably best not to get on her bad side.
Too late. But that's quite alright. No harm, no foul, I suppose.
But anyways, I must digress. So, how did you all enjoy the luva juice?
The what juice?
The luva juice.
You
Naomi
mean the
should have
coffee?
brought some over to you earlier.
Oh, was that the brown water?
Indeed.
What did you call it, Varys?
It's coffee, right? Coffee?
I don't imbibe in many things. Mostly water or wine.
The roasted bean juice.
Roasted
Oh.
bean juice.
We've never heard of this
Or boiled bean juice.
coffee of which you speak of. We just have the luva plants, and we harvest the beans that it produces. We grind it up into a fine powder, and then steep it in boiling water.
Sounds quite nice.
It is quite nice indeed. It helps, really get the old bones in movable spots, if you know what I'm talking about.
Whoa. What kind of water is it?
I dare say that sounds like a bit of a stimulant in the bedroom, if you know what I mean.
Oh, you mean an aphrodisiac?
What?
Is
Well,
that
quite
what it is?
funny,
I'm glad I
and I suppose it can have a purpose to assist there. At least in making sure that neither of you fall asleep. No, we mainly partake in its consumption in the mornings. It helps some of us older folk get back up and right onto our feet.
Do you mind if I collect a small sample of this so I can do some research on this?
By all means, I'll have Naomi bring a couple of out when she comes out with what we are going to talk about this morning. Please,
Sounds good.
take a
you.
seat.
Will she come out armed or unarmed this time?
That is a very good question, which everyone will find out next Friday.
Nice.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Yeah.
Mental hospital.
Yeah, I didn't know how long you guys are available for, so I wanted to at least end by midnight. Because ideally, I'd like to end it at around the 4-hour mark, but I know we got a bit of a late start today.
Sorry
Yeah.
about
No, 4 hours. It was good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep, 4 hours and 10
Good.
minutes. But yeah, that was a really, really fantastic role-playing session, everyone. Thank you.
That was
Dude.
fun.
Mad props to freaking our new companion.
Right? Dang.
Yes.
Yeah.
Board.
Oh, wait, guys. I'm trying to figure him out.
Yeah, and his token is temporary. He has said that he's gonna get a commission done. So I'm
yeah.
super excited for when that gets finished and we can get that uploaded.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That'll be
Varys,
super cool.
yeah. Varys is a really cool character who I've envisioned him to be a really cool character, and he's gonna have like a lot of character growth over this. And you know what was really cool was John, just the part where you were like explaining the watch to him. I was like, this is perfect. Like, I was like, yeah.
I loved.
It
Yeah.
was great.
I loved role playing with you, man. That was dope.
Yeah, it was. I was like, yeah, this is how we're gonna increase his wisdom score 2 points by the end of this. Not even gonna really use it for his build, but you know, it doesn't. That's kind of like not the point. It's just I don't know. It's yeah.
It was
So-
hilarious, man. That
Yeah.
was like a
But yeah, thank you all so much for taking time out of your Friday to do this. I am
Dude.
having so much fun, and I really hope you guys are enjoying, the story thus far and the weird
Yeah.
characters.
Yes. Very
Super-
much so.
Yeah, you guys are amazing. I love playing with you guys, man. So
Yeah, this is wonderful.
Yeah.
All right, everyone. Thank you again for making the time, and yeah, I had fun. Until next time.
awesome.
Hey.
See you guys
Bye,
next Friday.
guys.
All right,
Bye,
good night,
bye.
everyone.
Good night.
All right, and with that, that will bring us to the end of today's session. I hope you all had fun watching and kind of getting everyone's like backstories as they begin to like interact with each other. But I'm super excited. I got a lot of really fun stuff planned coming up for the next couple of sessions. We're gonna get new characters, new entities that appear that the party's gonna have to deal with, and they're gonna start actually investigating into these mysterious anomalies that have been popping up throughout the Toraka region. All right, everyone. You all enjoy the rest of your evening tonight or morning, depending on where you're watching from, or what time you're watching for that matter. And we will be live on Twitch next Friday at the same time, 7 p.m. Well, we're going to try to shoot for 7 p.m. Pacific Standard. So please feel free to come hang out and watch the sessions again on Twitch, as you would have been right now at the time of recording. Or you can watch them on Saturday mornings when I upload them up to YouTube on the YouTube channel. Just give Danny Ichi a search and we'll pop up right there and you'll see the title for the campaign. All right, everyone, enjoy the rest of your evenings or the day, And as always, peace.